Oh yeah, I remember he hit me in the gut with the butt of his rifle.
で、あの時はすまなかった。
Nah, don't worry about it. You were just doing your job.
そっか、そう言ってもらえると助かる。
まあ俺は最初からただものじゃないと思ってたけどな。
お前調子いいこと言ってんじゃねえよ。
A01ってことはあんたも佐渡島行ったんだろ。お疲れさん、よく無事に戻ったな。
Wait, how do you know that? I thought it was supposed to be a secret that we were a part of that.
細かいことは知らんが、さすがに部隊の出撃までは同じ基地にいて隠せるもんじゃないさ。
Yeah, that makes sense.
それに俺ら歩兵は戦術機適正で跳ねられた口だからな。
悔しいが、戦術機構部隊の動きはどうしても気になっちまうんだよ、少尉。
So these guys wanted to be surface pilots too.
戦術機でベータの野郎をぶっ殺せるなんてまったく羨ましいぜ。
ああ、まったくだ。俺たちはいつも見送る側だしな。
Come to think of it, most of the foreigners we have here on base were driven out of their own countries by the Beta, weren't they? I can only imagine they all wished that they were fighting on the front lines to take back their homelands, just like that Finnish surface pilot. Well, this might not be much consolation, but
Hmm?
it actually helps us a lot knowing that you guys are here. It's easier to fight because we know we can always count on you guys being here, guarding the base, and giving us backup when we need it. I don't think there's a single surface pilot out there who thinks we're doing all the fighting ourselves. At the very least, nobody in A01 feels that way. Maybe that sentiment doesn't mean much to them, but I still wanted to say it. Even if we're fighting for different reasons, or we were born in different countries, or different worlds even, we're still in this thing together.
言ってくれるじゃねえか、白金たける。
月並みな言葉だが嬉しいぜ、少尉殿。
Wait, really?
俺たちの分も頑張ってくれよ、白金少尉。
だが死ぬんじゃねえぞ。こうして知り合ったのもなんかの縁だ。顔見知りが減るのは寂しいからな。
Thanks, I appreciate that.
だからってここが顔パスになるわけじゃないからな。
その ID なら外出許可証はいらないが、素通りは勘弁してくれよ。
Understood.
こればっかりは規則だからな。悪く思うなよ。
I've heard this line before.
邪魔したな、少尉。さ、行った行った。
See you guys. Sorry about that. I think I hear some voices over there. I knew it. It's Lieutenant Hayase and the others.
あら、白金。
なんだ、貴様一人か？
Yeah, the XO wanted to talk to me, so the others came by earlier without me.
そう、ご苦労様。疲れているのに大変だったわね。
Are you guys here to see the sergeant too?
榊少尉たちが軍曹の墓標をここに移してくれたって言うんで、美月と来てみたら宗像中尉と風間少尉がいたのよ。
私たちはちょうど帰ろうとしていたところだったの。
Oh, gotcha. What's that she's got in her hand? Pardon me, Lieutenant, but what's that you're holding?
あ、これバイオリンのケースよ。
Wait, you play the violin?
ええ、まあ少しくらいはね。
またまた謙遜しちゃって。すっごくうまいわよ。
I had no idea.
それほどでもないのよ。注意は大げさだからね。
Lieutenant Kazama playing the violin. I can totally picture that.
なんだ白金、トウコのバイオリン聞いたことなかったのか？
No, I haven't.
白金少尉が知らないのも無理ないわね。舞台に来てまだ10日だもの。
このところ皆さんの前で弾かせていただく機会もあまりありませんでしたからね。
There's not that much in the way of entertainment in this world. I guess the fine arts are still alive, at least. I can see why that sort of thing would be important in a world where war is a constant, oppressive companion.
たまに大尉の部屋に呼ばれて弾いてたわよね。はるかも聞きに行ってたじゃない。
うん、懐かしいね。
The captain liked classical music.
あんた何言ってんの？大尉のご両親は日本を代表する音楽家じゃない。
お父様が指揮者で、お母様がフルート奏者なんだよ。
Wow, really? I had no idea.
あんたね、戦うこと以外にも少しは目を向けた方がいいわよ。
Sorry. She's the last person I would ever expect to hear that from.
年明けにタイのお父様が指揮される帝都交響楽団のコンサートがあるのよ。
私、大尉にお願いしてそのコンサートにお供させていただく予定だったの。
Oh, so that's what the captain meant in her last message to her. She was telling her to go with someone else.
でもこんなことになってしまったから。
タイもコンサートを楽しみにしていたわね。
せめてその代わりにと前に大尉が褒めてくださったクロイツェルソナタをお聞かせしていたのよ。
That sounds nice. I don't think I'm familiar with that piece. I wish I could have heard her play it.
ちなみにラフマニノフよ。
Okay. Didn't know you were so well versed, Lieutenant. She's just full of surprises today, making me feel like an uncultured swine over here.
信じるな白金、クロイツェルソナタはベートーベンだ。
And to think I was actually impressed for a second there. Now I feel like even more of a jackass.
間違えちゃった？
It's not a mix-up if you didn't know in the first place. Lieutenant, is everything okay? You're acting a little strange.
あのね、ここに来る前に少しお酒を飲んでたから、これでもだいぶ落ち着いたんだけど。
早瀬中尉はお酒に弱いのよ。
弱いくせに何かあると飲みたがるんだ。
宗方、なんか文句あんの？
って白金が言ってます。
I didn't say anything. Yeah, I saw that coming this time. I just said it wasn't me.
始まってしまいましたね。
うん、そうだね。
白がね、分かってるって。こいつはいっつもそうなのよ。あんたは宗方のことどう思ってるか知らないけどさ。
Lieutenant Hayase is a total blabbermouth when she drinks.
こいつはね、クールで奔放なふりしてるけど、意外にロマンチックなのよ。
What? Lieutenant Munakata, a romantic? There's no freaking way.
白金信じるな。その人はシュランだ。
ああ、そう言っちゃおうかな。バラしちゃおうかな。
わかりました。自分で言いますから結構です。
ああ、もう聞いた？ああいうのどう思う？可愛げないでしょ。
I don't really think I'm in any position to comment.
白金も聞きたいってさ。さっさと言っちゃいなさいよ。3、2、1、はい。
実はな、白金。
Yes?
早瀬注意と鈴宮注意は同じ男を競ってるんだ。
ちょっとあんた。
These two are after the same dude. I can see First Lieutenant Hayase being up for that kind of a challenge, but First Lieutenant Suzumiya?
おさくさまぎれに何バラしてんのよ。自分の話しなさいよ。自分の話。
先手必勝ですから。ストームヴァンガードのお株を奪ってみました。
なんですって？
Is she trying to get a rise out of her? Remind me never to get on Lieutenant Munakata's bad side.
どうぞバラして結構ですよ。注意たちよりインパクトのない話ですけど。
And she's cunning as hell, too. After all this goading, Lieutenant Hayase won't even want to say whatever it is.
ぬかったわ。
Now what? There's no way Lieutenant Hayase can make a comeback when she's this drunk.
ミサエさんはね、両思いでありながらお互い好きだとも告げずに出兵された方を今も思い続けているのよ。
What? That doesn't sound like her at all.
トーコ、お前が寝返ったか。
寝返るなんて人聞きの悪い。私は大尉のお言葉に従い、新任少尉が上官お二人に持つ印象のバランスを取っただけです。
風間、ナイスシーンよ。
あのね、周囲が自分を遊び人風に見せているのは変わり者だって印象をつけて男の人を近づけないようにしてるの。
For real? Did I just say for real? Feels like I haven't said that in forever. Guess that just goes to show how shocked I was.
鈴宮注意。
コマンドポストに攻撃したらこうなることは分かってたはずだよね。
誤爆です。
Hello, Khan. Welcome to the
次
stream.
はちゃんと狙
Hope
って
you are
ね。
having a fantastic existence. Is it just me, or is Lieutenant Suzumiya mad as hell? Her expression hasn't really changed, but I do remember the captain saying she's not the kind of person you want to piss off.
詳しく説明すると、宗像は京都の出身でさ、陸軍高等学校の時に2歳年上の男とプラトニックな関係になったわけ。
Looks like Lieutenant Hayase is just going completely on the offensive now.
だけどまあ、半年も経たないうちにその男は卒業して即徴兵で訓練学校行きになったのよ。ここからが泣ける話でさ、その男が出征前の一時帰郷で戻ってきた時よ。普通だったらそこで告白するじゃない？
Well, I mean...
だってもう二度と会えないかもしれないのよ。文学的表現で言えば体を重ねたりしちゃってもおかしくないじゃない？
Sure, yeah, I can see that.
でもね、何にもないまま普通に2日が過ぎて、最後の日にその男が宗像に言ったんだって。お前の一番好きな景色を見せてくれ。俺はそれをふるさとの景色と心に刻んで大陸で戦う。だって。それで宗像、一番好きな嵐山に連れて行って燃えるような紅葉を2人で何時間も見てから手すら繋がないまま駅でその男を見送ったんだって。
This is pretty complicated, actually. I can kinda understand how he must have felt when he asked Lieutenant Munakata to show him a place she loved before he was deployed to the Asian front. Sure, the average person might consider it normal for a couple to want to express their feelings to each other before saying goodbye. But maybe the reason he didn't was because he didn't know whether he would survive out there on the front lines. I'm guessing his personal motivation for fighting was to protect his homeland and Lieutenant Munakata. And perhaps Lieutenant Munakata's personal motivation comes from the thought of being able to see him again one day.
その翌年だよ。ベータが九州に上陸したのは。
If that's the case, then whatever view she might have shown him back then no longer exists. And chances are he's long gone too. The battle on the mainland was already a lost cause by then.
どうしてその時宗方の手の一つも繋いでやらなかったのよ。
It's not my fault he didn't.
あんた宗方の気持ち分かってんの？かっこつけんじゃないわよ。
Okay, look, I'm not the guy in question.
こうなるから早瀬中尉が酒を飲んだ席でこの話はしたくないんだ。
早瀬中尉たちが競っている方もだいぶ奥手みたいなの。だからこの話になるといつもこうなってしまうのよ。
I guess Lieutenant Hayase's got it pretty rough too.
トウコ、お前が余計なことを言うから。
私としては白金少尉から見てミサイさんの印象が低いと思ったのでバランスをとってみたつもりなんですけど。
You're kidding, right?
白金、ちなみにその男まだ生きてるぞ。ベータの日本侵攻当時負傷して内地総監だったことが幸いしてな。今は九州の前線にいる。
I see.
だからそいつを九州から呼べって言ってんのよ。
Okay, seriously? Stop.
鈴宮中尉、あとはお願いします。私は旗色が悪いので撤退します。
じゃあまた明日ね。
おやすみなさい。
ほら逃げるな宗方。
はいはい、わかったから。
For two women fighting over the same guy, they still seem awfully close. I can't imagine that happening in my world. I guess it might be more normal here, since there aren't a lot of men left in this world. After all, the captain was competing with her three sisters over the same guy too.
ごめんなさいね。びっくりしたでしょ。
Yeah, you can say that again.
女の子ばっかりの舞台だったから恋愛関係の話は結構あけすけなのよ。
I guess I can understand that. It's kind of like an all-girls boarding school. Okay, but I'm a guy. Are you sure it's cool for me to hear all this?
いいのよ。減るもんじゃないし。
命を預け合う仲間なんだからお互いをより知っておくのは悪いことじゃないでしょ。
Man, I'm still impressed by how open they are about everything. Nobody bat an eye when they told me about First Lieutenant Suzumiya's legs, either.
だからって別に無理に話す必要はないのよ。
Right, I figured.
例えば風間なんかは隙がなくてさ、その手の話が全く出てこないのよ。
Yeah, I can see that.
だからって誰もそれを責めたりしないわ。
私とはるかの場合は自分たちに対する戒めとして公言しているところがあるわね。
うん、そうだね。
What do you mean?
任務に私情は挟まないけど、私たちだって人間だから、この関係を続けていてトラブルにならないなんて言い切れないでしょ。
でもそれはオルタネイティブ4の実動部隊内において万が一にも許されることじゃないわ。そのことが不安要素であると判断されれば、上の人間が私たちを排除するわ。簡単なことよ。
それに公言していればさすがに滅多なことはできないし、そういう目で見られると思えばより厳しく自分を律することができるでしょ。
I get it. So basically, it's their way of keeping their personal lives separate from their professional ones. But isn't it hard on you guys to keep that up? I can't imagine it's enjoyable. Telling everyone might backfire if it makes you more comfortable having an open rivalry. Keeping your emotions completely in check is no simple task.
確かにそうだけど、人を好きでい続けることってその苦労をする以上の価値は十分あるって思うよ。
そうだね。やりたいことを一つ叶えるには、やりたくないことを10も20もやって結果を出さなきゃならないでしょ。それを苦労って感じてしまったら、私にはそれを叶える資格がないってことなんだと思うの。
It sounds like they're constantly reassuring themselves that their feelings for this guy really are worth all the hassle and heartache. Having someone in your heart is more than worth the trouble. You know, I actually had a chat with the captain about this sort of thing, too.
へえ。
It started off as a big misunderstanding, but eventually we started opening up to each other a bit, talking about our personal reasons for fighting and stuff.
ああ、仲間のために戦うって話ね。じゃあそこから大尉の好きな人の話も聞いたんだ。大尉は
Yes.
私たちのはるか上を行ってたからね。しかも姉妹でしょ。その道の大家よ。
私たちも前はよく相談に乗ってもらったのよ。
Yeah, I did the same. By the end of our conversation, I was spilling my guts to her, too.
それはどんな話？
That I had been fighting to save humanity, and nothing more. And after the I-12-5 incident and Sergeant Chinguji's death, I kind of ran into a brick wall. But after seeing so many people suffer because of me, I couldn't stand being that way anymore. I didn't understand anything about the people around me until after that. I mean, even then, I was still pretty clueless at first. You and Maya really let me have it, Lieutenant Hayase. I guess that's what it took for me to really get the picture. But after that, I found a way more personal reason to fight, and finally discovered the resolve I had been lacking before. Still, a part of me felt kind of guilty for having to rely on such a selfish source of motivation. But after I talked it over with the captain, I felt a lot better knowing someone as incredible as her had a personal reason to fight as well. Right before the Susanoo blew up, I had the chance to talk with her, and she told me the only thing on her mind was her family and the man she loved. When she sacrificed herself, she managed to fulfill her mission and her personal desires at the same time. Sergeant Jinguji and Kashiwagi weren't any different. They fought with both the big picture and their own smaller motives in mind. You guys and Second Lieutenant Suzumiya are doing the same thing, and now everyone from my old training unit is starting to as well. I'm just mad that it took me so long to figure out something so obvious. If I had known all this when I first met Captain Isumi, I could have learned a hell of a lot more from her. The captain helped me realize that I need to keep moving forward, and I'm going to make sure I never feel that same regret again.
そうか。よかったわね、白金。
Sorry guys, I didn't mean to ramble on about myself like that.
いいのよ。タイも絶対喜んでいるわ。
あんたもやっと兵士としての弔いが板についてきたんじゃないの？
Well, I sure hope so. Would really prefer not to get sucker punched again.
しかしまあ、三剣にも殴られてたなんてね。
なんかしたの？
I didn't tell them I was going on that solo mission, and they all knew how badly I lost my shit after Sergeant Jin Guji's death.
そりゃ殴られて当然よ。任務が秘密であっても安心させてから行くことはできたはずだからね。
She hit me 3 times actually. Once for going off without telling anyone, once for worrying everyone sick, and then a 3rd time as thanks for coming home safe.
そうか。
いい仲間を持ったわね。
Yes, I do.
そういう仲間は貴重だ。大切にしなさいよ。
You know, she's kinda struggling to find her own source of motivation right now too.
なあ、事情は知ってるわ。
So I was thinking that maybe I could use what I've learned from her and the captain to repay her somehow.
そう。
Everyone else in the squad managed to find personal goals on their own, but she's a lot more by the books than them.
そうでもないわよ。あんたの同期の連中、結構素直に人を頼っていたわよ。榊は主に大尉に、鎧は宗方に、玉瀬は風間、早峰は大尉と宗方半々って感じだったわよ。
So they all went to their senior officers for advice. Sounds like nobody went to you for help.
そういえば。
Wait, that was supposed to be a joke. I didn't mean for her to take that seriously.
そんなことないよ。美月がそれを知ってるってことは、風間少尉や宗方中尉が頼ってるってことだよ。そういう意味では、大尉だって美月を頼りにしているところがあったんだから。あ、茜を忘れてた。
なんか慰められているみたいで、いまいち腑に落ちないわ。
Hey, I'm happy to ask for your help too.
あんたは別にいいわ。
Ice cold.
こうなったら、不動票の三剣を取り込むしかなさそうね。
Here she goes again. She's gotta make everything a contest, doesn't she?
白金、やっぱりあんた、私を頼っていいわよ。いや、頼りなさい。
Sure.
三剣は多分、あんたの言葉なら素直に聞くと思うわ。
The Shogun said something really similar to me once. That was after we had spent a lot of time talking about Maya, though. Lieutenant Hayase must have been paying really close attention to have noticed the same thing.
三剣はあんたを頼る。あんたは私を頼る。どう？これで最大派閥よ。三剣だけじゃないわ。白金の同期はみんなあんたに一目置いている。あらら、困ったわ。全員に頼られることになっちゃう。
Okay, this is getting kind of sad now.
冗談よ。
I'm pretty sure you were being serious.
白金、あんたをストームヴァンガード1に任命するわ。
Where the hell did that come from?
私は部隊長になったからガンインターセプターライトに下がらなきゃならないでしょ。あんたに P 小隊を任せる。
She's making me a flight commander.
明日の訓練前に発表しようと思ったんだけど、まあ本人には先に知らせるものだからね。
私たちはそのことを軍曹と大尉に報告しに来たんだよ。
That's what they came here for? But Lieutenant Munakata was third in command. Shouldn't she be?
白金少尉、これはね、宗像中尉の進言もあってのことなのよ。
What? Why would she do that?
次の作戦まで2週間、欠員の補充があってもなくても基本的に今残っている人員を軸に隊を再編するしかない。
They might send us fresh recruits or surface pilots from other units, but we'll have no idea what they'll be capable of. So I guess this is the only way.
おのおのを不慣れなポジションに移すことは今以上の戦力低下につながるわ。それは得策じゃない。白金は実際に中尉に昇進したわけじゃないから部下の管理に必要な教育を受けてはいない。そのことが不安なのはわかる。
Exactly. That's the part I'm not sure I can handle. If we're talking about combat, I'm pretty confident I can handle just about anything. And I was a flight commander in the previous timeline, so I technically know the kinds of duties a leader is expected to perform. But I was really just a figurehead leader of a security force sitting around in the rear back then. That experience isn't going to help me in the slightest now. Not to mention, the reason everyone has such high hopes for me is because of stuff that Yuko-sensei just made up.
だけど心配いらないわよ。あんたにそんな不慣れな仕事をやらせるつもりはないわ。それこそ大幅な戦力低下につながるってことぐらい重々承知しているわよ。少尉としての扱いが変わるわけじゃないから安心して。実務レベルであんたがやることは今までと何も変わらないわ。まああんたが小隊長としてのスキルを実戦で磨くのは勝手よ。そうなってくれることはこっちも大歓迎だし、小隊長なんて私でもやってこれたぐらいだからあんたなら大丈夫だと思うけどね。正直言うとこの配置はあくまで戦闘時の統制を最優先に考えての緊急対処なのよ。あんたなら副司令から聞いてると思うけど次の作戦は絶対に失敗できない。
She's right. Otherwise, we won't be able to take on the original hive.
A01 部隊に求められているのは戦場での結果なのよ。だからあんたが必要なの。
If she's got that much confidence in me, I've got no reason to be afraid. I've got to just go for it before I start overthinking things. Understood. I would be honored to accept the position.
そうこなくっちゃね。副司令には内諾もらってる話だから。
Okay.
私が A 小隊に移って PC 小隊は3期編成。明日のシミュレーター訓練からそれで行くからね。
Understood.
明日からあんたのコールはバルキリー2よ。間違いないで。
Lieutenant Hayase is taking over the captain's call sign of Valkyrie 1, so I'll be taking her place as Valkyrie 2. I feel like that carries a lot of weight, symbolically.
おめでとう少尉、頑張ってね。
Thank you.
神宮寺軍曹も喜んでいると思うよ。
Maybe so.
私たちはそろそろ戻るわ。軍曹にゆっくり挨拶しなさい。大尉たちにも報告するのよ。
Hold on a second.
何？
Can I ask you two something?
何？
Can I ask each of you what your personal reasons for fighting are?
なーに？わざわざ頼ってるふりしてくれなくてもいいわよ。
I'm not forcing myself. I really want to know. I think it might help me.
身近な理由か。
多分私もはるかも似たようなものだよ。
うん。そうだね。
ベータを全滅させて戦いのない世界になったらじっくりと決着をつける。
私と美月との決着ね。
そういうこと。
Looks like I was right. I sort of assumed as much. Thank you for sharing.
あんたも三剣もあんまり堅苦しく考えなくていいんじゃない？
Yeah, I know.
自分が戦える理由ならその大きさなんて関係ないよ。人と比べるものじゃないと思う。
そうそう。風間は確か音楽という人類の遺産を後世に残すだかなんだか。
Wow. Sounds like Lieutenant Kazama has some seriously ambitious goals.
宗像中尉はあの風景を取り戻すためって言ってたよ。
あいつのことだからそこで正式に告白するつもりなんじゃないの？ロマンティストだし。
Man, I don't know. I still have a hard time picturing her doing something as sentimental as that. Lieutenant Kazama, maybe, but not Munakata. Maybe Munakata just wants to regain the home she lost. Or maybe Lieutenant Hayase is right on the money. Either way, it sounds like a damn good reason to fight. First Lieutenant Suzumiya was right. It doesn't matter what kind of motives you have. It isn't something you need to compare yourself to others over. Thanks so much, both of you. Sorry I kept you guys so long.
もう大丈夫？聞きたいことはない？
No, I'm good.
明日の午前は気分転換に基礎訓練をするわ。シミュレーター訓練は午後から。いいわね。
Got it.
いろいろとよろしく頼むわよ。
Thanks. I'll be counting on you for help.
おやすみなさい。
Good night. I feel like I have so much to tell everyone now. Sergeant Jinguji, Captain Isumi, Kashiwagi. This might take all night, but I hope you'll be patient with me. December 27th.
今日のシミュレーター訓練で明らかになった問題点だけど、やっぱり玉瀬の負担が大きいわ。
すみません。
あんたは謝らないで。右翼左翼で構成される基本フォーメーションの維持にこだわりすぎた私に原因があるのよ。
Now that Kashiwagi's gone, we only have one impact guard. Tom is going to have to cover both wings at the same time. And the more targets that she lets slip through, the harder it makes things for Class Rep and Suzumiya.
さっき宗像と話した結果、明日は B 小隊の配置を少しいじってみることにした。早峰、三剣の2トップ、トップ下白金だった逆三角配置を白金のワントップに変えてみようと思ってる。そうなればストームヴァンガードがくさび型になるから玉瀬も対処しやすくなるはずよ。それで解決できなければブラストガードの主兵装を支援ライフルに換装するしかない。
So basically, we would be giving Lieutenant Kazama and Mikoto's assault cannons longer barrels to make them more effective as snipers.
風間と鎧はそのつもりで準備して。みんないいわね。はい。
I know it's an option, but it's seriously going to hinder our unit in close quarters combat.
あとね、新任連中に言っておくけど S11 の起爆タイミング、自決が速くて爆破が遅い。自決は味方を巻き込まない。反応炉爆破は迅速に。鈴宮、理由は？
自決の場合、効率よく背部にダメージを与えるため、生存機は可能な限り広範囲に分散して行うべきだからです。爆破の場合、敵反応炉の破壊が味方の生存に優先するからです。
違う、味方の生存だけじゃない、全てに優先するのよ。反応炉の破壊が最優先。いいわね。
はい。
最後に、みんなよくやったわ。フェーズ4ハイブの実戦モードで反応炉破壊に成功したのは人類で私たちが初めてよ。
はい。
しかも12回の実戦突入で5回の反応炉到達という結果には自分でもかなり驚いたでしょう。これはコー21号作戦の結果手に入れた情報をナビゲーションに反映したおかげなのよ。スタブのデータも敵の基本配置も全て次のコー20号目標を完璧に再現している。敵の基本配置が分かっているからコー21号作戦で散々悩まされた増援出現タイミングも計算できるようになったわ。つまりシミュレーションの成功率が 100% になればそれがそのまま実戦の成功に直結するってことよ。2週間以内に必ず成功率 100% にするからね。
はい。
コー21号作戦に参加した全将兵への感謝と敬意を忘れるな。
はい。
本日の訓練はここまで。
解散。
Holy shit. Sumika got so much data. Our route through Target 20 was flawless. If this is what we're working with now, imagine how much detail we'll have once they're done analyzing it. Our victory over the beta is so close I can almost taste it.
やったね、みんな。
実戦モードで5回も成功するなんて本当にすごいですよ。
Yes, I know.
最初に最下層に突入した時は緊張でドキドキしたよ。
でも暴力データに比べてベータの数が少なく感じたのは気のせいかしら。
It's probably because our maps kept adjusting to give us the shortest routes with the least amount of beta. We were going faster than before, and we got to the reactor before they could call in reinforcements. That's why it felt like there were less of them.
さすがだね、白金小隊長。
ああ、さすが小隊長殿だ。
What's with the flight commander thing? Nobody called me that until just now, and they announced my assignment in our morning briefing. What changed all of a sudden?
いいじゃないの小隊長。本当のことでしょ。
What the heck? You're doing it too?
何照れてるの、小隊長。
そうですよ。小隊長の実力ならいつか小隊長になるって思ってました。
Okay, that one was kind of forced, Tama.
タマセの言う通りだ。私たちの中でそなたが最初にこうなることは皆分かっていた。小隊長殿。
Stop shoving it on the end of every sentence. These punks must have gotten together and decided to gang up on me.
いつかなるとは思ってたけど、いきなりストームヴァンガード1っていうのは驚いたわ。
Class rep, thanks for that not being like these other jerks.
慣れない肩書きで呼ばれる違和感は私も散々味わったからね。
Right, the whole calling her class rep thing. Thank you, Lieutenant Sakaki.
やめてよ、気持ち悪い。なんかもうそっちの方が違和感あるわ。
What the hell? I was trying to set things right. Suzumiya. Is she glaring at me? I don't want to jump to conclusions here, but she's not mad that I took Hayase's call sign, is she? Or that I'm Storm Vanguard 1 now?
おめでとう白金。
Suzumiya, thank God you're not like the others.
小隊長
No, not you too. It's not funny, damn it.
照れない照れない。そのうち慣れるよ。
I thought we were supposed to be acting the same as always till the newbies got here.
あれあかねさんはタケルがストームヴァンガード1になったこと怒ってないの？
小隊長、汚いであります。
Yo, Roy-kun, you can't just say that.
怒ってるわけないでしょ。人聞き悪いな。でもさ、あかねさんはストームヴァンガード1を狙ってたんでしょ。それに前はタケルのことをすごくライバル視してたじゃない。
You know what? I think I liked you better when you were completely oblivious, Mikoto.
前は前、今は今。それに白金は関係ないよ。とにかく今はもっと先を見据えて自分自身を高めることに集中したいんだ。
あかね。
じゃないと春子たちに笑われちゃうよ。
Suzumiya. That's great. She must have worked through it yesterday. Now she can fight her own fights instead of fighting everyone else's.
そういうことだからさ。次の再編までストームヴァンガード1の座は君に預けておく。それまでしっかりやっておいてよね、小隊長。
Could you guys give it a rest already?
いつか必ず君に勝ってみせるよ。それまで勝ち続けて。
You got it.
あー、お腹空いちゃったな。さっさと着替えてご飯食べようっと。え、あかね、白金の小隊長就任祝い来るんでしょ？
Wait, celebrate my promotion? When did they decide to throw me a party over this?
ああ、そうだった。あれって何時からだっけ？
PX 空いてからだから19時ぐらい。
それまで持たないかも。でもおばちゃんの特別な振る舞いがあるんだよね。
そうですよ。今何か食べたらもったいないですよ。
我慢するしかないか。じゃあみんな後でね。お先に。
Nobody told me about any party.
ああ、ごめん。僕伝えるの忘れてた。思い出せてよかったよ。
I already found out, so it really doesn't make a difference.
午前の訓練が終わった後に風間少尉の発案で決まったんだよ。
Lieutenant Kazama suggested it. God, she is just so sweet.
注意たちも顔を出してくださるそうだぞ。
They're showing up too? Sounds like this is going to be a pretty big shindig. But I mean, it wasn't even a real promotion technically. Don't you think it's a bit much to throw a party in the PX? I mean, I'm only flight commander in name.
まあそなたの祝いでもあるが、こういうタイミングだ。いろいろな意味があるのであろう。
Right. It'll also be an excuse to do some team bonding, boost morale, and try to unwind a little. That's probably why Lieutenant Hayase gave it the okay. Yeah, that's true. I guess I don't have a problem with it, then. I've gotta hand it to Lieutenant Kazama. She's always thinking of the team as a whole.
じゃあ行きましょうか。19
ぐらいに PX よ。
Yep, got it.
ではな。
遅れちゃダメですよ。
I won't.
じゃあね、小隊長。
小隊長。
Would you guys stop? It's almost like they're completely back to normal, and it's only been a single day. They really have gotten a lot more resilient. Maya and Suzumiya seem pretty relaxed compared to yesterday too. I think they're feeling a lot more at peace with themselves. They've all overcome so much and gotten so much stronger in every sense of the word.
白金少尉の小隊長就任を祝しまして、乾杯。乾杯。
Thanks so much, you guys.
さてと、お腹すいた。いただきます。
どんどん食べな。たくさんあるからね。
わあ、美味しいです。
ほんとだ。おばちゃん、何これ。
いつもと同じ材料なんだけどね。ちょっとした工夫で別の料理になるんだよ。
確かに通常の品書きにはないものばかりですね。
まあ量を作るのには向かないものばっかりなんだけどさ、今日は特別だからね。
Hell yeah, I knew she would deliver.
おめでとうよ、タケル。その調子で頑張るんだよ。
Thanks, Mrs. Kyozuka.
さあ、どんどん持ってくるからね。残すんじゃないよ。
Mrs. Kyozuka's been pulling out all the stops for 2 days in a row now. It's gotta be hard on her, especially since she has to give all the other units the same treatment.
どうだ、白金。小隊長になって気分は？
Lieutenant Munakata, I wanted to thank you.
Hmm?
First Lieutenant Suzumiya told me you were the one who suggested I take this position.
ああ、その話か。別に礼を言われることじゃないよ。
I know I'm only a flight commander in name, but standard procedure would typically have you be the one taking over as Storm of Vanguard 1. So I'm kind of feeling the pressure, to put it lightly.
おとといの作戦であれだけの動きを見せつけたやつの言葉とは思えないな。
Well, I wouldn't know what I look like in battle, so...
白金、謙遜も過ぎると嫌味だぞ。
I'm not being modest, seriously. A01 is way stronger than any other unit I've ever seen.
多分それも貴様の開発した OS のおかげだよ。ああ、なるほど。遠回しな自画自賛か。
How many times do I have to tell you? I'm definitely not any more impressive than you or Lieutenant Hayase. You guys are the ones being too modest.
冗談だよ。だがな、貴様はもっと堂々としていてくれないとこっちが困る。
How is that a problem for you?
あのな、ストームヴァンガード1は部隊のナンバー2だぞ。こと戦闘に関して言えば部隊最強の証なんだ。そういう立場に立つ人間は強引だったり少々自信家のふりをするくらいでちょうどいいんだよ。早瀬注意のようにな。
Wait, pretend? Is she trying to say Lieutenant Hayase's headstrong, confident personality is nothing more than an act?
あの人はな、ああ見えてとても臆病で繊細な部分を持っているんだ。心の強さで言えば鈴宮注意の方が数段上だ。見ていてわからないか？
She's gotta be kidding. I know Lieutenant Suzumiya is a lot stronger than she looks, but I can't imagine her being miles ahead of Lieutenant Hayase.
信じられないか。
No, not really.
だとすれば早瀬中尉がそれだけ完璧にストームヴァンガード1の役割をこなしているってことだよ。
Played the part? Seriously?
それだけ努力して貴様たちを安心させているって証拠だ。
You really think it's all just an act to help put the rest of us at ease?
しかし本当に安心したぞ。理由は何であれそなたが落ち着いているのは幸いだ。
別にそこまでのもんじゃないだろ。
何を言っている。そなたは今や私たちの軸となる存在だ。その軸が揺らげば皆余計に不安になる。このような時こそそなたの存在が重要なのだ。
お前がそう思ってくれるのはすごくありがたいけど、俺は違うよ。みんなだってそんなこと思っちゃいないよ。
それは違う。そなたは自分を見損なっているぞ。
見損なってない。事実だよ。
自分をどう評価していようが構わんが、これまでそなたが成してきた様々なことが皆にそう思わせているのだぞ。その結果、そなたはその立場を得たのだ。いやおうなくその信頼に応える責任と義務があろう。
俺は信頼に応えるためにやっていたわけじゃない。
だが結果は同じだ。それでも皆はそなたに期待する。
じゃあ俺は一人の人間としての心の自由みたいなものすら許されないっていうのか。
そうだ。極端に言えばその通りだ。
Up until Sergeant Shinguji's death, I was doing the same thing without even realizing it. But afterwards, I betrayed their expectations. I lost my cool and made all of them worry about me instead.
表面的な印象は確かに元々の性格によるところが大きいだろう。だが内面は別だ。あの人は己の弱さを知っているから自分を厳しく律しているんだ。まあそういう意味では強いとも言えるか。昨日の晩注意は結構酔っていただろう。
Yes.
あの人は普段酒を一滴も飲まない。いや飲めないと言った方がいいほどなんだ。なぜだと思う？
I seem to remember you mentioning something about her always trying to drown her sorrows, even though she can't hold her alcohol. Well, you did mention that she's kind of a lightweight last night. Is that why?
違う。酒にすがりたくないからだ。
What do you mean?
心の弱い人間にとって薬物や酒はとても甘美で危険な存在だ。
Someone without much willpower, seeking comfort in drugs. That sounds a lot like me, back before I ran away.
ああやって心に多く抑え込んでいる人ほど逆に酒に飲まれやすく、そうなると歯止めが効かなくなる。周囲が普段酒を飲まないのは、そうなった時自分の弱さを貴様たちにさらけ出してしまうことを恐れているからだ。それは決して自分だけのためじゃない。自分のやるべきことに、周囲の要求に厳しく向き合ってるからなんだ。
I see.
あの人はこれまでそうすることによって大尉のもとナンバー2として部隊をまとめてきた。なおかつ乗り越えがたい壁として私たちの前に立ちはだかろうとしてきたんだ。
Because she wanted us to work hard enough to suppress her.
そうだ。 A01 は人員消耗率が高い。だから壁として立ちはだかり、超えようとするものを何度も跳ね返して鍛え上げるんだ。だがな、壁というのは超えるべき障害であると同時に外の環境から守ってくれる存在でもある。 貴様が早瀬中尉から譲り受けたのはそういうものなんだ。貴様に求められているのはそういうものなんだよ。
Yes, ma'am.
今はまだ戦闘能力だけでいい。部隊のことや死人どもを私や東子が引き受ける。だがかつて大尉に対して早瀬中尉がそうしたように貴様が早瀬中尉を支えるんだ。
Wait, you want me to support Lieutenant Hayase? Lieutenant Munakata, do you really think I can fill those shoes?
ああ、思うよ。
What makes you so sure?
貴様がとてもからかいやすい存在だからだ。
Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean?
私がからかいやすい人間はこの部隊に2人だけしかいない。貴様と早瀬中尉だ。
Well, she does have a point there.
貴様と中尉には同じような部分があるように感じる。それが根拠だよ。
Me and Lieutenant Hayase, you think? Well, considering what I know about her now, I guess I can see it. I don't know. That seems like pretty shaky reasoning to me.
重要なのは私がどう思うかじゃない。貴様がやるかどうかだよ。
Well, I think I'm ready to try, at least.
それはよかった。貴様に押し付けた甲斐があったってものだ。
Just when I thought we were having a serious conversation, I could never tell whether this chick's being straight with me or just messing around. Just based on what you've told me, it doesn't sound like it's going to be an easy job, but that doesn't mean I'm going to back down from the challenge.
簡単じゃない。
Right now, I have both a long-term goal as well as a more personal, short-term reason for fighting. In other words, I'm not just leaning on the idea of saving humanity. I've got other stuff I want to do after the war is over, and a more immediate, concrete source of motivation as well. I'm guessing you've already heard this little spiel, but the captain told me about the study on the reasons soldiers have for fighting.
ああ、知ってるよ。
That little lecture convinced me that these personal reasons are stronger than any other kind. At the very least, it definitely feels that way for me.
まあ、そうだな。
So basically, I'm trying to find a way to fight for both my own personal reasons as well as the sake of our mission from here on out. I know that's pretty basic stuff, but I have to admit that I only just arrived at that realization myself recently. However, based on what you just told me about Lieutenant Hayase, it sounds like I need to start being a lot more conscious of how others view me as well. I know I shouldn't let my personal motivations for fighting have any effect on my ability to carry out the responsibilities of my position. But to be completely honest, once I finally found my own selfish reason for fighting, everything did start to feel a lot more bearable. But now, right after discovering a way to cope with the weight of our mission and everyone's expectations of me, I've had a new, unfamiliar burden placed on my shoulders. It's going to be tough adjusting to that, I think. But it's just something I have to do.
頼もしいな。
You really mean that? Coming from Lieutenant Munakata, it's hard to tell if that's a joke or not. I can't imagine anything I just said was that impressive.
安心していい。貴様は次の段階に進んだんだ。
What do you mean?
貴様はついこの間、やっと自己を確立したんだ。つまり、やっと精神的に独り立ちできた段階というわけだ。貴様の不安はよくわかるよ。だが、人間の成長には終わりはないし、完成することもない。だから今の貴様のように、同じことを繰り返しているように思える時が、この先何度もあるはずだ。だが、自己が確立しているものは、同じようなことを繰り返していても、確実に成長し、次の段階へと進んでいく。だが、自己が確立していないものは、本当に同じことを繰り返し、全く前進しない。自分のこともまともにできない者に、責任を持って他人の面倒を見ることはできないだろう。
Right.
自己が確立できていない者には、公の要求に応える責任を負う立場に立つ資格はないんだよ。神宮寺軍曹や泉大尉、そして早瀬注意のような立場になることは許されないんだ。だが、貴様は自己を確立したんだ。早瀬注意のように感情を押し殺し、存分に悩み、苦しめばいい。その苦しみは、必ず貴様をさらなる高みへ導くだろう。そこに向かって進めばいい。
But what do I do if I feel like I'm straying down the wrong path?
その時大切なのは、自分を理解してくれる人間だよ。
So like a parent or a comrade or a friend.
貴様を理解してさえいれば誰でもいい。付き合いの長さや深さ、年齢性別は一切関係ない。貴様の弱音に耳を傾け、必要な時に苦言を呈し、道を誤れば躊躇なく殴り倒してくれるような人間であれば誰でもいいんだ。
Sort of like First Lieutenant Suzumiya does for Lieutenant Hayase.
そうだな。尊い存在と言うべきか。
If there's anyone in this world who fits that description for me, it's Maya. She's always been there to show me the right way forward. But even if I had something like that myself, without a basic understanding of myself, it probably wouldn't do me much good.
まあそうだが、早瀬注意だって貴様を認めたんだ。それで十分だろう。
Well, like I said before, I'm going to try my hardest and let the chips fall where they may.
だったら、振りでもいいからもっと堂々としていろ。形から入ることも時には必要だぞ。
I get what you're saying, but I also really don't want to start waltzing around like I own the place all of a sudden, you know? I mean, practically everyone in this unit's seen me make a fool of myself more than once, so...
気恥ずかしいのは最初の数日だけだ。そのうち慣れる。
You sure about that?
ああ、そうなればいつの間にかその気になって逆に楽になってくるぞ。
Are you speaking from personal experience here? Maybe? First Lieutenant Suzumiya did say Lieutenant Munakata is only pretending to be a weirdo for the sake of the man she loves.
言うようになったじゃないか。
What can I say? I learned from the best.
珍しい組み合わせね。何の悪巧み？
違いますよ。白金が頼もしいことを言ってくれたので感心して聞いていたんです。
Come on, now you're just exaggerating.
どんなこと？
あいつは背伸びしすぎだから、俺がちゃんと見てやらないと壊れちまう。注意の酒癖の悪さを見て、そう思ったそうです。
あ、なんですって？
It's not true. This is just another one of Lieutenant Munakata's. Where the hell did she go? Man, it's always the same story with her. Shouldn't have let my guard down just because we had a serious conversation for once.
あれ美月もう行っちゃったんだ。
Yes, she's off chasing Munakata again. Man, seeing Lieutenant Suzumiya and Kazama at the same time is so soothing. Makes you think there might still be hope for the world after all.
おめでとう白金少尉。あら、ごめんなさい。白金小隊長とお呼びするべきかしら。
Yeah, no. I would prefer it if you didn't.
そう、わかったわ。それにしてもごめんなさいね。あなたの就任を口実にしてしまって。
Hey, don't worry about it. I think everyone needed a little celebration right about now. Besides, I wasn't expecting you guys to throw a party for my promotion to begin with. I'm genuinely flattered.
まあ、そう言ってもらえると私も嬉しいわ。
こうやってワイワイやるのは久しぶりだもんね。みんな本当に楽しそうだし、やってよかったと思うよ。
鈴宮中尉、ありがとうございます。
In the previous timeline, I threw a Christmas party for our squad when our spirits were down, didn't I? I wouldn't be able to do something like that again. I'm not as oblivious as I used to be, and I've got too much else on my mind. But Lieutenant Kazama's clearly a lot more mature than I am, and she managed to come up with this idea and make it happen, despite everything else she has to deal with. That's honestly pretty amazing. Based on what Lieutenant Munakata was saying, I might be able to do something similar once I've traveled a little further down on my own path of personal growth. I guess that kind of proves that just because I've gotten more mature, it doesn't mean everything I did before was wrong. Exactly. With every step forward, your perspective on your past actions changes at least a little. Now I get what she meant about how people never stop maturing. Wise words indeed.
どうしたの白金少尉。深刻な顔をして。
何か考え事？
Oh no, don't mind me. I really need to work on that habit of letting my feelings show. Maya got on my case about it once too. It's just I had my first real heart-to-heart with Lieutenant Munakata earlier, and I'm still kinda trying to process what she told me.
なんか入っていきにくいぐらいの雰囲気だったよね。
私も早くお祝いを言いたかったのだけれど、あなた方のお話の邪魔をしてしまいそうで遠慮していたのよ。
Sorry about that.
ミサエさんのお話はどうだった？何かの参考になった？
Yeah, I'm glad we talked. I have a lot more I want to ask her now.
そう、それは良かったわね。
According to Lieutenant Hayase, Ayamine and Mikoto have been talking to Lieutenant Munakata about their problems for a while. Now I can see why they matured so quickly. I'm actually kind of jealous. Well, I wouldn't have had the chance to speak with her if it weren't for you giving us this opportunity.
そうだとしたら、この機会を持った甲斐はあったわね。
こういうきっかけがないと忙しさを理由にしてしまって、なかなかそういうことできないもんね。
Yeah, no kidding. I really regret that I didn't get to talk to the captain as much as I wanted to. So from now on, I want to talk with everyone whenever I have the chance, so that I never have to feel that way again. There's still no guarantee that anyone or anything will still be here when tomorrow comes. I know that much should go without saying by now, but for some reason, I have to keep reminding myself. You guys invited Yuko-sensei too. Sumika? Oh man, is she about to announce Sumika's assignment? I mean, why else would she have brought her out here?
気をつけー。
早瀬、そういうのやめてよ。
すみません、お話が始まるとのことでしたので。
まあいいわ。みんなちょっと聞いてちょうだい。A01 中隊の補充要員を紹介するわ。
鏡澄香少尉、ただいまをもって着任します。
白金が私の特殊任務に従事していることはみんなも知ってると思うけど、この子もその一員なの。白金同様、今後も私の任務と兼任だからちょくちょくいなくなるけど気にしないで。って言われても気になってしょうがないと思うから教えるけど。
Wait, Sensei, you're not about to tell them, are you? You can't just...
鏡はね、XG70 の英士として養成されていたのよ。
Dude, is she really about to spill all the beans here?
高21号作戦で投入した無人機があんなことになったでしょ。やっぱり人間が操縦しないとダメだってことになってね。事前作で養成されていた鏡が次の作戦に投入される改良型を操縦することになったのよ。そうなるとあんたたちとの連携が不可欠だから、今日から訓練に参加させることにしたの。
So that's how she's spinning it. That would explain the odd timing of this, I guess. And it doesn't contradict anything I told them prior to Operation 21st, either.
つい最近まで大きな病気を患ってたからちょっと体調が安定しないんだけど、操縦の腕は一流よ。まあ人類存亡の危機だから、病人であろうが何であろうが才能のある人間はこうして駆り出されるってことね。
Okay, I guess that gives her a good alibi for a lot of stuff that might raise suspicions otherwise. Like when she has to disappear for several hours to get her ODL purified, for example. Dialysis, she just has to go for
今
dialysis.
更だけど、ヤシロも同じ任務に従事しているから一緒に行動する機会も多くなってくると思うわ。ヤシロも鏡も舞台での面倒は基本的に白金に見させるけど、あんたたちにもお願いしておくわ。もろもろよろしくね。
はい。
現在 XG70 は24時間体制で組み立て中だから、実機訓練への参加は早くても4日後になるわ。それまではシミュレーター訓練で連携の確認をしておいてちょうだい。
は。
データの更新は済んでいるから明日からでも始められるわ。
了解しました。
以上よ。鏡は残していくから白はね、あとは頼んだわよ。
Yes, ma'am. So she's in the unit now. Guess that means Yuko-sensei thinks she's stable enough to handle it, but...
あ、そうそう、一つ忘れてたわ。白がね、
Yes?
形ばかりの小隊長就任おめでとう。
Thank you very much.
それだけよ。じゃあね。
白金、ちょっと来い。
Sure thing. What's up?
通常の入隊歓迎をしたいところなんだけど、鏡の立場は特殊すぎるから必要ないって副司令がおっしゃったのよ。
Well, yeah, I could see why she might say that. After all, the real reason she's here isn't to fight alongside us.
悪いんだけど、一人一人紹介して回ってやってくれない？
Yeah, no problem. I know her better than you do, so it's probably better this way, anyhow.
私と宗方はこの会が始まる前に紹介されているから大丈夫よ。
Got it.
じゃあ、あとはよろしく。鏡もいいわね。
はい。
Sumika definitely seems a lot more composed now. That childish innocence she used to have before Operation 21st seems to have all but disappeared. In fact, she's so calm and collected, it almost feels out of character. Alright, let's go. Time for some introductions. This is First Lieutenant Suzumiya Haruka, who is in charge of our unit from the command post, and our main blast guard, Second Lieutenant Kazama Toko. Toko.
よろしくお願いします。よろしくね。
よろしく、鏡少尉。
These two are the picture of kindness and virtue. They're practically angels.
善の存在？
Those two you met earlier, they might be strong, but their hearts are full of darkness. If you work with them, your chaos frame will go down, so be on your guard.
カオスフレーム？
It's an inside joke.
意味はわからないけど、悪意はちゃんと伝わるから、美月や宗方注意に聞かれないようにね。
But I didn't even say who I was talking about. Are you a mind reader too?
白金少尉がそうやってからかうのはあの二人ぐらいでしょ？
Right.
鏡少尉、わからないことや困ったことがあったら遠慮しないでいつでもいらっしゃいね。
白金少尉が面倒を見るって言っても、女の子同士じゃないと相談できないこともあるからね。はい、ありがとうございます。
Wow, this is awesome. She's having a totally normal conversation. Does this mean she's fully stabilized now? I'm sure you guys will have a lot to talk about, so thanks in advance.
お互い頑張りましょう。
Alright, next up, let's introduce you to everyone from my graduating class. I'm nervous about this part, honestly. Sumika went crazy when she saw that image of me and Maya. God knows what might happen when they meet face to face. I mean, I'm sure Sensei wouldn't have brought her out here if there was any real danger. But still. This is Second Lieutenant Suzumiya Akane. She's the same age as us, but got promoted a little bit before we did. She's First Lieutenant Suzumiya's younger sister.
よろしくお願いします。
よろしく。半年も違わないんだから、専任とか気にしないで。
This girl's a real firecracker, but she's pretty sweet once you get to know her. Just don't get on her bad side.
うるさいな。そんなことないから信じちゃダメだよ。
Yeah, moving on.
ほら。
And this is Second Lieutenant Yoroi Mikoto.
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくね。
Her brain works on its own wavelength, so I wouldn't bother trying to comprehend her. Save yourself the headache.
ひどいな。
That's not the kind of reaction I would expect from her. Mikoto's not the type to clam up around new people. I'm kidding. She is a little eccentric, yeah, but she's also incredibly kind and supportive. She even saved my life once. When I thought I had been bitten by a venomous snake and almost went into shock, she administered first aid and took care of me without a single word of... It happened again. I got another one of those weird visions. What the hell, dude? That last one looked like it was after I got commissioned too. How is that possible? Oh god, did Sumika see that? Oh thank goodness, she seems fine. Looks like those reading inhibitors since they made are working just fine. Okay, next up is Second Lieutenant Tamase Miki. I call her Tama for short. Despite that cutesy exterior, this girl's an expert sniper. She's never missed a single shot. Not only does she have amazing skills, she's a real tough cookie with a heart of gold. Hardly, dude. You were brave enough to shoot down an HSST falling at supersonic speed from beyond the horizon, and tender enough to nurse those flowers back to life. You deserve plenty of praise, trust me, even if you did cry over those flowers a little too. What the hell is going on? I've never had so many of these images flash in my mind in such a quick succession. Bit of a grammar error there for the... And what the heck was that last one? Was that from my world? It definitely didn't feel like it came from this one. Anyway, all I'm saying is the girl's got skills. I have no idea what's going on, but hot damn, Sensei couldn't have had better timing with those inhibitors. If she hadn't put a damper on Sumika's mind reading, we would be in seriously deep shit here. I had better get these introductions over with ASAP. Okay, next up are Second Lieutenants Ayamine Kei, Sakaki Chizuru, and Mitsurugi Meiya.
よろしくお願いします。
よろしく。
よろしくお願いします。
三剣名也だ。以後見知りおくがよい。
Ayamine is a pro at close quarters combat. I know she seems quiet and antisocial, but she's actually pretty funny once you get to know her.
得意技は寝技。
See? What did I tell you? Okay, I really hope you're not giving Sumika any ideas. I mean, I'm sure Ayamine doesn't know any better, but still. I should probably just change the subject. She's also one of those weird free spirit types, has some major issues with authority despite being a soldier. That's why she's always fighting with Second Lieutenant Sakaki. They've actually got a lot in common, but every time one of them says something, it's like the other one has to chime in and disagree.
ちょっと白金。
一緒にするな。すごく心外。
You wanna talk offensive? Your little feud nearly caused the whole squad to fail last time around. Back when we were in training academy, I got paired with the two of them for our first mock bat. I'm getting images of both of them now. Seriously, what is all this? I'm so confused. Actually, never mind. Let's just move on. Something is going on here. This is totally different from before. There's no way these are all just fantasies. Lieutenant Sakaki's super aggressive and tries to act like she's bulletproof, but she's actually got a sentimental, girly side to her, too. What's going on, dude? What's triggering these? Is it because I'm introducing them to her?
やめてよ、さっきから。そういう紹介の仕方。初対面の人が変な印象を持ったらどうするのよ。
I know, I'm just kidding. She may come off as abrasive, but she has a strong sense of responsibility and cares deeply for all of her friends.
何よ、今度は持ち上げちゃって。君が悪いわ。
Nothing happened this time, so I guess it doesn't have anything to do with giving my honest opinions of them. Is the trigger even more specific than that? Okay, then let's try to work off that image from earlier. So that's why she's always butting heads with Ayamine at the worst possible moments and putting me in precarious. I knew it. They come up whenever there's another, more concrete memory that seems tangentially related. That's gotta be it. So does that mean I'm getting memories from other worlds the same way everyone in my world was losing theirs? Last up is Maya. We'll just have to see what happens. Second Lieutenant Mitsurugi Maya is an upstanding, honest woman who is just as strict with herself as she is with others. I don't think there's a single one of us who would deny any of that, or how amazing she is.
よせ、こそばゆい。
Okay, something more specific. Should I try to call forth that vision I had before? The last time this happened, I was thinking of Mel Tenjin erupting when I saw us in that dark cockpit. Maybe I should talk about that. If you recall the emergency volcano evacuation from a couple months back, Maya was pretty sympathetic to the citizens who were being forcibly relocated. She gave me a lot of flack when I tried to downplay it. Nothing happened this time. Maybe I should press a little further. If Maya had been on that rescue team, I guarantee she would have disobeyed her orders and risked her life. That proves it. These are all my own latent memories. I probably inherited them from alternate versions of myself who lived in all the other possible timelines. And they're all coming to me by the same process that made everyone lose their memories over in the other world.
どうしたの、白がね。ぼーっとしちゃって。紹介が終わったんだったらもういいでしょ。
Mind what?
女の子同士で親睦を深めるんだよ。
Okay, sure thing.
Dragon Sakata
じゃあ
said,
行こう、鏡。お腹すい
Yo
てない？
was shut I started playing Switcher again if you ever wanna play it add my Discord Backbex and Blood.
Okay, sounds like a plan, Sukata. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great existence. And hope you're having fun with SWTOR again.
何がいい？だったら一緒に行って PX の利用の仕方を教えてあげましょうよ。
そうだな。調理中だとは思うが、京塚総長にも紹介するべきであろう。
そうだね。これから利用することも多くなるだろうし。
Well, better mad than bad, I guess. You know, it could always be worse.
はね、本当は
We managed to finish Jedi Knight, by the way. We completed the Jedi Knight storyline now. Fighting the Emperor was not cool. I hate it whenever they have an instant kill like that guy did. I really don't think it's all that strange that I got together with these guys in some of the other possible worlds out there. Yeah, fighting the Emperor as a Jedi Knight was just so annoying. They're all great people, so I'm not surprised I might have fallen for some of them in some other life. So we're probably going to go back on Sith Inquisitor. But in this one, I love Sumika more than anything. I couldn't even imagine being with anyone else. Of that much, I'm positive, now more than ever. I'm going to finish Sith Inquisitor starting Wednesday. But I should still talk to Yuko-sensei about it just in case. So it seems like they got triggered whenever there's some sort of correlation to my existing memories.
ふん。あんたの妄想じゃないって確信は得られたわけね。
Yeah, and I'm just throwing this out there, but I think they're memories of things I went through in some parallel universes.
その根拠は？
Well, I've actually got a little theory of my own.
へえ、白金流因果律量子論ってわけね。面白いわね。
Okay, so remember how you said how this world is supposed to be branching off into various possible timelines, but stuck in an infinite loop because of me? And that I keep looping back to October 22nd each time I die because something in this world has turned me into a causality conductor.
それを言ったのはあっちの世界の私ね。もちろん私にも流れ込んできた記憶はあるけど、念のため。
Little stuff like that doesn't really matter right now. But there are plenty of other worlds that exist parallel to this one, but aren't closed off, right? Ones in which there are other versions of me. Like how there was another me in the other world when I ran away.
そうね。
I think that the visions I've been having are actually memories from those other worlds that have leaked over, not just plain old fantasies. And since I lose a huge chunk of my memories whenever I loop back in time or transfer between worlds, doesn't that mean I'm being affected by the causality conductor too? My guess is that by calling forth what memories I do have, I'm opening the door for heavier causality information from other worlds to flow over here and fill in the gaps. In this world, I'm not dating any of them, and obviously, I'm not in any physical relationships with them either.
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty,
So
my
all
friends.
that heavier causality
Hydrate."
information of me being in a physical relationship is trying to overwrite the fact that I'm not in one. But since I can't imagine being with anyone other than Sumika, and I'm the conductor, that causality information can't establish correlation with my other memories, so I just leave these vivid images instead. And I've just been carrying around these images without even realizing it, just like you said was happening to you. But then I recall something specific that's tangentially related to one of them, like I did back on Sadogashima. The causality conductor is able to establish correlation, and the image flashes into my head. That's my theory anyway. What do you think?
理論にとらわれない大胆な発想だけど、 因果と因果情報としての記憶を同列に扱っていることが問題ね。閉じたこの世界だけで因果情報のやり取りが行われる理由も弱いわ。同じ時間がループしているこの世界単独では世界観の主従関係が成立しないはずでしょ。時間がループしている問題と世界が確率分岐する現象は全く別の問題だしね。気持ちはわかるけど、都合の悪い部分の原因を全て因果動態に求めるなら、そこまで小難しく考える必要はないでしょ。
She's got a point. My whole theory is basically just an attempt to explain this all away in the simplest possible way. Damn it. And I thought I was onto something too. It seems like a pretty plausible theory to me.
まあそれでも素人なりによく考えたわよ。記憶の流入、特にイメージの関連付けの部分に関してはいい線いってるんじゃない？
Yeah, but I already know how that worked with respect to memory loss. All I really did was flip the logic around.
まあ未知の現象に何がしかの理由をつけて安心したいって気持ちは理解できるわ。
Right. That's a big part of why I've been giving it so much thought.
あんたが恐れているのはそのイメージが同一の存在としてループしている白金自身の記憶であることでしょ。別の確率世界の別の自分の記憶であってほしい。そういう願望がある。元の世界だかあっちの世界だか、とにかく鏡住処という存在に対して低血であろうとする意識の過剰反応なのよ。仮に前のこの世界での記憶だったとして、あんたの言っていた妄想と何が違うっていうの？誰もそれを気にしていないし、あんたも私も誰一人としてそれが事実だったってことは証明できないのよ。今あんたは鏡のことしか考えてないんでしょ。
Right.
だとしたらあんた以外誰も気にしていない問題の真相を究明すること自体に何の意味があるのかしら。
But if they are real, wouldn't Sumika be able to tell?
例のリボンの仕掛けは正常に機能してたはずよ。こっちのモニターでも異常は見られなかったしね。
Yeah, you're right. She would have freaked out about it otherwise. And way worse than she did before.
絶対とは言えないまでも効果のある対策が存在するんだから、そこまでこだわるのはある種のナルシズムでしょ。
When you put it that way, I guess you're probably right.
メカニズムが解明できたところで記憶の再現自体を止めることはできないんだし、今対処すべき問題じゃないわ。
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't be so preoccupied with this.
あんたの見たイメージが全て事実だったとしても、私だったらこう考えるわ。今回は鏡を選んだからこそ自分は歴史を変えることに成功したんだ。だから鏡を選んでよかったってね。
That definitely puts a more positive spin on it. Well said, Sensei.
昔別の女と付き合っていたことを浮気だと思われたらどうしようってビクビクしてるのが今のあんたよ。
Okay, I get it already. We don't have to keep talking about it.
そう？じゃあこっちの話していい？来る早々、あんたは卑猥な記憶の話に夢中だったからね。
I said I get it already.
あんたがそのイメージを見た後、実際の鏡の様子はどうだった？
Yeah, I was pretty floored, honestly. It's like she's a completely different person from the girl I knew before the operation.
それで？
She was normal in every way. The way she presented herself, the way she responded to people. It even felt like she was kinda shy and nervous about the whole thing.
榊たちとはどんな様子だった？
Things were pretty awkward between them at first, but that evened out over time. Obviously, they're still not best friends or anything, but for a first meeting, I would say they did just fine. And hey, I'll settle for fine over total disaster.
じゃあ三剣を見ても特に気になった変化はなかったのね。
No, I was pretty worried about you bringing her in so soon, given her little episode yesterday, but I guess it all turned out okay.
そう。あんたが安心させたおかげね。
But didn't you say it might cause problems to have her powers restricted out of the blue? I mean, wouldn't that feel kind of like going deaf or blind overnight?
昨日、あんたが安心させて寝かしつけた後、目覚める前に処置したことが幸いしたわ。
What do you mean?
前兆としては作戦前日ぐらいからあったんだけど、彼女、状態が急速に安定に向かっているのよ。
Now that she mentions it, Sumika was acting pretty natural when she came to the hangar that one time. I guess that's why.
実際、昨日目覚めた時には思考力も認識力も今までと比較にならないほど高まっていたわ。私の話を普通に聞いて理解し、そのことについて自分の意見を言えるほどにね。数値で判断する限り人間、つまり脳だけにされる前の鏡スミカとほぼ同じになったと言ってもいいくらいよ。
Really?
本当よ。彼女は今自分の状態、立場、どうして00ユニットになったのか全てを理解しているのよ。
And she's not freaking out about that?
例のクリスマスプレゼントの効果かしらね。
So Sumika's basically human now?
そうよ。そして普通の人間にとって人の心が見えないなんて当たり前。むしろその方が自然でしょ。
Yeah, good point.
彼女の人格精神ともに今日は昨日よりもさらに安定している。数値の伸び幅は倍以上よ。これはリーディング制限の効果だと推測できるわ。
What do you mean?
今言ったことよ。リーディング制限でより人間に近い能力になったことで精神的な負荷が軽減されたんじゃないかしらね。彼女自身があのリボンを取りたがらないのはそれが分かってるからじゃないの？
I guess. So it's not just because she considers that ribbon a part of her identity, then.
任務は仕方ないとして日常生活では人の心なんて見えない方が精神衛生上好ましいわ。
Yeah, knowing how it affects Kasumi, I would definitely agree.
ただし恋心は別。昨日も言ったけど、見えてたものが見えなくなるのは不安なものよ。だから今日配属したの。
Okay, that makes sense.
昨日と今日では全ての状況が劇的に変化したのよ。配属の理由も意図ももっと積極的なものに変わっているわ。
What do you mean by proactive?
配属によって鏡の社会性が回復していけば、数日以内に正常な人間と全く同じレベルになるはずなのよ。安定だなんだと私たちが大喜びしている今の状態でさえ大したことなかったと思えるぐらいにね。
That's amazing, Sumika. You're doing so well. You've been through so much pain and suffering in your life, but you're still doing everything you can to overcome it. I'm seriously in awe. You're so strong, Sumika.
三剣と鏡の個人的な人間関係が構築され、三剣をより深く知っていけば問題のイメージが非現実であることなんて簡単に理解できるはずよ。
I get it now. That totally makes sense. It's easy to be wary and paranoid about people you don't know very well, but the more you get to know them, the more you learn to trust them. I understand that better than ever after my time in this world. But wait, She's seen images of her other selves in my memories, hasn't she? And in the one she got from Kasumi.
そうね。
So wouldn't it make sense for her to have images of Maya and the others as well?
ある意味そのおかげで今は平行を保っているみたいね。元の世界とやらではあの二人よほどいい関係だったよね。
私はタケルのことが好きだ。
タケルちゃんのことが好きだよ。おかしいな。一人で意識してた時よりさっぱりしてるよ。
そうか。私はあまり変わらんな。
それが三剣さんらしいところだと思う。強いんだね。
褒め言葉と受け取っておこう。
でもな、三剣さんにも言われちゃったから、やっぱり差は縮まんないのかな。
どういうことだ？
タケルちゃんは私のこと幼なじみとしか見てないから、三剣さんにはかなわないよ。
何を言う？タケルとそなたの間には何も壁がない。私はそれが何より羨ましい。
ごめんね、三剣さん。私、自分のためにこんな話、嫌なものだよ。
数ヶ月前の私ならば、その言葉の意味は理解できなかったであろう。そして問い詰めようとして、避けられるのだ。
三剣さん？
それが庶民と私たちの差なのだと、呆れ顔で諦められるのだ。私はタケルとの絆を絶対であると信じていた。だからタケルの周りにどんな女子がいようと、そなたが抱きつこうと、そんなものは気にも留めなかった。そなたたちは眼中になかったのだ。いわば空気のようなものだ。ところがそなたたちと暮らし、学園で靴輪を並べ過ごしていくうちに、私はとんでもない間違いを犯していることに気づいたのだ。私の信じていた絶対的な運命など、何の足しにもならない、他力本願の甘えに過ぎないことを。
三剣
さん。いつぞや光月教諭にご指摘いただいたときは、恥ずかしながらわからなかったのだが、実体のないものに寄りかかって、慢心していたのだ。それに気づかせてくれたのは、鏡、そなただ。そなたと私は似た者同士だな。だから今は、そなたの気持ち、わかるぞ。皮肉なものだ。タケルがいなければそなたと出会うこともなかったであろう。だが、タケルのことさえなければ、私とそなたは親友というものになれたのかもしれぬな。
私もそう思う。でも、ありがとう。
礼を言うのは私の方だ。そなたたちに出会えてよかった。私は三剣の中でも特に恵まれた人間であろうな。
褒めても何も出ないよ。
褒めたわけではないから必要ない。
私、三剣さんに負けないから。
私とて譲るつもりはない。そこで一つ提案があるのだ。
何？
そなたはもう空気ではない。対等に競い合う者として、そなたを名前で呼びたいのだ。そして、できればそなたにも、私を名前で呼んでほしい。嫌か？
わかった。
そうか。そなたに感謝を。
どっちが勝っても恨みっこなしだよ。ねえ、いや
さ。3は余計だすみか。しかし、そなたは自信家だな。二人とも受け入れられぬ場合を考慮しておらん。
そういえばそうだね。
She's right. After the sports festival, we went to the hot springs, and they opened up to each other. Interesting. I guess that would explain it. Yeah.
思い当たる節があるみたいね。
I kinda did, actually. I just had a sudden flashback of something that happened back in my world. Something I'd totally forgotten about until just now. If that memory was from my own world, that has to mean it's one of my own, right?
へえ、最近多いわね、そういうの。で、あの二人はどんな感じ？
The two of them were rivals for my attention, but they were on very friendly terms and tried to compete on a totally level playing field.
抜け駆けや足の引っ張り合いをするような陰湿な争いではないのね。
No, I think they both fought pretty fair, though it doesn't really feel right for me to judge.
なるほどね。墜落事故より後に論理的な思考が回復して、そういう関係の印象で自制できるようになってきたってことか。あとはこの世界の本人たちとの関係ができて、あんたが鏡のそばにいれば何の問題もなくなりそうね。
Well, Maya may have been pretty taken with me back in my world for whatever reason, but she doesn't seem all that interested in me here, so it shouldn't be a problem.
ふん、やけに鮮明じゃない、その辺の記憶。
Actually, I only remembered it just now, but the memory was so vivid that I could recall the conversation perfectly, almost like I was really there. We all went on a trip to these hot springs. You see?
なんだ、残念。
What is?
あんたのいやらしいイメージのフラッシュバックと何か関連があると思ったけど、完全に別物ね。
How so?
片やイメージのみ、片や空気感や会話まで克明に思い出した。これを同列に考える方がおかしいわ。
Yeah, I guess you're right. For some reason, I'm fairly confident that last one was my own memory. If those other images worked the same way, I would have been able to remember the conversations and feelings we had at the time. Which means those images are actually pretty distinguishable from memories of my own experiences. But if that's the case, then how different are Sumika's inherent memories from the ones she's been receiving from others? I've got a question, actually.
何かしら？
If Sumika's inherited memories from all these parallel universes, then which Sumika is she? Really?
意外だわ。あんたがそれを気にするなんて思わなかった。
I'm not. Whatever the answer is, it's not going to change anything. I just want to know the best way to approach her from here on out.
なるほどね。失礼しました。正直に言うと、誰でもないわ。別の言い方をすれば、全員よ。
Every version? So like all of her memories have melded together? Or is it more of a multiple personality thing?
本人に聞いてみたんだけど、よくわからないって。でもおそらく、統合とか連合っていう言い方が、ニュアンス的にはしっくりくるんじゃない？
What does that mean exactly?
すべての世界に共通する彼女の基本人格が個別世界の記憶や人格差の情報を統括管理して全体的な鏡住処を形作っているイメージよ。今まで彼女がおかしかった理由は個別世界の記憶を統括管理する基本人格が形成されていなかったからってことになるわね。
I see. So that's how her attitude changed so suddenly. But that basically works the same as having multiple personalities, doesn't it? Isn't that hard on her?
人間ならね。でも彼女は00ユニット。その手のタスク管理やデータ制御はお手の物よ。
But her mind and personality are still human, right? That's the whole point of the 00 unit, isn't it?
確かにね。でも00ユニットの人間性や人格とその機能や能力は別の話よ。小難しい話になるから簡単に言うけど、彼女の精神や人格は再現されたものであって本物の人間のものではないわ。
I know that.
彼女の量子電動脳が00ユニットが存在する全ての可能性の世界につながっているって話したわよね。
Yes.
彼女はそんなこと認識していないのよ。あんただって自分の脳がどういうメカニズムで機能しているか認識したことないでしょ。
Right.
あんたの心配している部分は多重人格なんて大げさなものじゃないわ。人間に例えれば邪魔なやつを殺したい、そんなことしたらかわいそうだって思いが同時に存在する程度のことよ。例えは極端だけど異質な思考が混在するのはそんなに特別なことじゃないでしょ。
Yeah, I guess it is.
あんただって複数以上の世界の記憶を持っているけど、白金健という人格のもとうまくやってるじゃない。
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
わかった？
I kinda wish you had started with that last example first. It was the easiest to understand.
ごめんなさいね。こういうの慣れてないから。
Yeah, I know. I'm an idiot. Blah, blah, blah.
今や彼女は人類にとって自分がいかに重要な存在であるかも、任務の重要性も全て理解している。
Yeah, you said that yesterday.
それに加えて、私にいろいろなことを話してくれるようになったわ。心を開いているかどうかはともかくね。
She has.
別の世界の私の印象が相当良かったのか、この世界に放り出されたあんたと同じで、私しか頼れないからなのか。
I can understand that much. You can't let your guard down around Yuko Sensei, but she's definitely someone you can rely on.
高難両面での情報で判断する限り、今の彼女はあんたが心配するほどのことではなさそうよ。
Alright. Well, that makes me feel a lot better, both about the vision I had of Maya and about Sumika's feelings. So basically, I should be able to treat her like any other person now.
安心？ここからが本当の男の仕事なんだけど。
What are you talking about? Wasn't that this whole process?
鏡が限りなく人間に近づいたってことは、これ以降上手に女を扱うスキルが要求されるんだけどね。
I'll be fine.
本当かしら。やっちゃいなさいって言われたぐらいで取り乱す程度の純情くんじゃ心もとないんだけど。これは個人的な恋愛ごっこじゃないのよ。人類の命運がかかった任務なのよ。分かってるんでしょうね。
I can see why you're worried, Sensei. But you can count on me. I know I can do it.
その根拠は？
Well, it's true that I'm really not that experienced when it comes to women. You're right about that. I don't have any idea how to make a girl happy, or what kinds of dates they might enjoy. And when it comes to how their brains work, I'm so dense it's not even funny. Heck, you told me so yourself over in the other world. But you don't have to worry. If it's Sumika we're talking about, I know I'll be okay. I don't need to understand what makes women tick. All that matters is that I understand her. I swear I'll never hurt her or make her cry ever again. If there's one thing I'm 100% confident about, it's that. I promise I'll...
ここまで言っておいてなんだけど、相手は人間ではないのよ。まして、あんたが愛した元の世界の鏡すみかではないのよ。それでも大丈夫なのね。
Of course I am. I mean, she's still Sumika at heart. What else could possibly matter? Besides, it doesn't matter to me which Sumika she is on the inside. After everything that I've been through, all the mistakes I've made, and the pain I've suffered, I'm incredibly grateful just to have her here with me at all. It doesn't matter if I don't know how to treat a lady or whatever. All I've got to do is exactly what she always did for me. This time, it's my turn to go all out and make sure she knows exactly how I feel. Man, please don't make fun of me after all that.
いいえ、本音よ。まあ何にせよ、これで安心して任せることができるわ。
Why do I have the sneaking suspicion that you've got some weird ulterior motive here?
今さら何よ。そんな当たり前のこと怖がってたら、私とやっていけないわよ。
Good point.
そろそろ鏡のところに行きなさい。多分、待ちくたびれている頃だと思うわ。
Oh, you're right. I bet she is.
これ以上引き止めて、あんたとの関係を鏡に疑われるのも避けたいしね。
Okay, there's no way that's going to happen. Besides, you're not even into younger men.
わからないわよ。酔った勢いでどうかなるってこともあるからね。
Ara. Oh, I don't think so. After all, you were drunk out of your school the night Alternative 5 was enacted last time, and we never... Say what? No way, dude. Not her. That's not possible.
ぐでんぐでんに酔った私がどうしたって？
You never laid a finger on me.
さすが私ね。
Okay, I can see how I might go for Maya and the others, but how the hell would I have wound up with Yuko Sensei?
何ぼーっとしてんのよ。早く言ってあげなさい。
Yeah, I should.
ありったけの思いをぶつけてらっしゃい。
Don't use my own words against me.
頑張ってね。
What the hell? This doesn't make sense anymore. Again, I can definitely see how I could end up in a relationship with Maya or class rep or one of the others, but that much isn't out of the realm of possibility. But Yuko Sensei? There's not a single reason I can see for the two of us to get together. There's no way Sensei would do something like that with me. I'm younger than her, and she's constantly making fun of me and treating me like a little kid. In that sense, I can at least rule out the possibility that's a memory from one of my previous loops here, right? And it was totally different from that flashback I had about the hot springs earlier, so it couldn't have been from my world either. That one had to have been just a weird fantasy. or at most a memory I inherited from some parallel universe version of me. No, let's just forget about it. Like Sensei just told me, there's no point in ruminating over this stuff. Even if I find out where these visions are coming from, it's not going to change a thing. Sumika's mind and thought processes are stabilizing quicker and quicker by the day, and she's completely aware of her own situation now. If she can become friends with Maya and the others within the next 2 weeks, we shouldn't have anything to worry about in the upcoming operation. And if all goes according to plan, we'll be eliminating yet another huge threat to humanity. For now, though, I just need to focus on me and Sumika. So she's got her own room on this floor now. I guess it's only natural given that she's a member of the unit now, but considering how unstable she was only a few days ago, it does feel a bit surreal. Still, it's a little much that Sensei put her room right next to mine. I guess it's my own fault for telling her Sumika was my next door neighbor, though. I know she wants everyone to figure out that Sumika and I are in a relationship, but it feels way too blatant. My closest neighbor in the unit used to be Maya, and she was 3 doors down. Well, maybe blatant is the way to go here, I guess. Oh man, I'm actually getting all tense. I'm feeling just as nervous as I did when I saw Sumika in the other world during those transfer experiments. I know I was just talking to her earlier today, but she ended up staying behind in the PX to talk to everyone while I went to visit Sensei. So I haven't really had a chance to talk with Sumika one-on-one since she became normal, so to speak. For some reason, it feels like I'm seeing her for the first time in a long while. Probably because I basically had to treat her like a little kid up until now. Alright, I can't just stand here. Let's do this thing. Wait, why the hell am I giving myself a pep talk over this? I'm getting all self-conscious now. It's probably because Yuko-sensei kept pressuring me to take our relationship to the next level. Just act natural. You can do this. That's it. That sounds exactly like Sumika. Oh my god, this is incredible. Sumika?
Takeru-chan.
So hey, I was hoping we could talk for a bit. Is that cool?
Konbanwa.
Oh hey, Kasumi. Didn't know you were here. What have you guys been up to?
あやとりの練習です。
I wonder if they're going to start having sleepovers up here. I'm guessing she's mainly here to keep an eye on Sumika. That's great. I'm glad you guys are still keeping up with that.
はい。
Where are you going, Kasumi?
私、散歩します。
What's up with her? Why is she suddenly being all considerate now? Besides, I don't think she's ever just gone out on a stroll before.
いいんだよ、かすみちゃん。すぐ終わるから。
Yeah, we don't mind if you're here. The three of us have always been together, right?
でも
いいのいいの。ほら、お部屋入ってね。お願い、かすみちゃん。ね。
Does the idea of being apart from Kasumi really bother you that much? Well, I guess it makes sense, since they've always been together.
たけるちゃん。私、今日いろんな人と話したんで、ちょっと疲れちゃって。
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
だから今日はもう眠たいんだ。
Okay, no worries. She must have been pretty nervous, having to meet so many new people all at once, so I'm not surprised it wore her out. I'm sure they didn't ask any overly personal questions, since they know she's involved in a special mission, but it still must have been hard to keep up with those guys. I'm guessing it put quite a bit of strain on her quantum conductive brain, meaning her ODLs probably degraded a fair bit too. Simulated sleep helps maintain the illusion of humanity, and since they said her circulatory system helps purify her ODL a little while she sleeps, so if she's feeling tired, I really shouldn't stick around. Well, I guess we'll just have to talk tomorrow then.
でも
It's fine, don't worry about it. Sorry I interrupted your game.
いえ、私は
ごめんね。
Hey, no sweat. Have a nice night, you two.
おやすみ。
おやすみなさい。
Holy shit, dude. That was actually her, the real Sumika, in the flesh. This is so insane. It felt just like I was talking to her back on my world. I did think she was being a little overly polite when I introduced her to the others earlier, but just now, sure, she seemed a little tired, but that was definitely the Sumika I know. Man, oh man. Compared to how she was doing 2 days ago, it's like a total revelation. If this is the kind of improvement we can expect going forward, then maybe she really will be completely stable within the next few days. Hell yeah, baby. I can hardly wait. December 28th.
今日のシミュレーター訓練は初めてのスサノートの連携パターンだったわけだけど、初めての連携で背部突入20回中11回の破壊と7回の制圧は驚異的とも言える数字よ。特に最後の3回 S 難度の実戦モードを全て制圧で終わらせたことはもはや神業だわ。正直嬉しくて漏らしそうになったぐらいよ。
Same here, honestly. I think we were all pretty giddy about that.
みんなよくやったわ。あんたたちは最高の英士よ。
ありがとうございます。
They really did do an awesome job. Everyone seems to be brimming with confidence now. Now that we've got definitive intel on each and every hive, and we know they're building us another Susanoo, our team morale's at an all-time high. And after getting results like that, well, I think anyone would get a little cocky.
懸案だった B 小隊の配置問題は白金のワントップを当面の基本フォーメーションとする。この数字が出た以上誰も文句ないでしょ。昨日も言ったけど、あとは成功率 100% を当たり前にするだけよ。
いいわね。
了解。伝達です。明日の11時に部隊に機体が引き渡され、13時より稼働可能となります。
So they finished the overhaul. Then I guess we'll finally be piloting TSFs with live S11s. Gotta admit, I'm a little nervous about it.
聞いての通りよ。全員13時からハンガーに入って各種調整。15時から第2演習場で実機演習よ。
了解。
明日以降は基本的に午前シミュレーター訓練、午後は実機演習とするわ。鏡はスサノオが組み上がるまでデータリンクで演習に参加。いいわね。
はい。
I didn't know Sumika's simulator could do that. The interior of it looks pretty much identical to ours, so it's weird to think it would have all sorts of unique little... Wait, she doesn't need to use the physical controls at all. The cockpit's probably just for show, isn't it? That makes a lot more sense. Sure, everyone knows the Susanoo is different from traditional TSFs, but it would raise a few eyebrows if she didn't at least have basic control sticks in there. That must be why they designed it to look just like ours.
100% になったら作戦前に1日休暇が取れるように申請してあげる。以上よ。
解散。
すごいわね、鏡。とても初めて直延機部隊と連携したなんて思えないわ。
ありがとう。でもシミュレーターでずっとやってたから。
なるほど。私たちの起動データさえあればシミュレーター上で再現可能だからな。
それでも再現率は 100% じゃないんだからすごいよ。タケルといい、スミカさんといい、副司令が連れてくる人たちはみんな天才兵士だね。
頼もしいですよね。そんなことないよ。みんなだってすごいよ。
I can't believe they've already bonded so much in just one day. They were already being nice to her because she's a newcomer, but after seeing her fight, they're clearly fascinated by her combat abilities as well. I mean, that's perfectly normal, of course. I certainly got a different reception in this timeline compared to the previous one.
ねえねえ鏡、一つ聞きたいんだけど。
何？
あの家電粒子砲、鏡は実際に撃ったことあるの？
私も聞きたいです。
どんな感じ？やっぱりスカッとするの？
家電粒子砲は怒れる人類の鉄槌だよね。僕も撃ってみたいな。
鎧詩人だね。
すごい迫力だよね。シミュレーターだって分かっていても感動しちゃいますよ。
私たちは実写を間近で見ているからな。あの時の記憶がイメージを保管するのであろう。
Okay, this conversation's starting to veer into some dangerous territory. Maybe I should interject here.
僕は軌道にも興味があるな。重力制御機に乗ったらどういう感じなのかな。
私はふわふわしているイメージですよ。
鏡、秘密だったら遠慮なくそう言ってね。みんな単に興味で聞いてるだけだから。
Nice one, class rep. I knew I could count on you.
ごめんね。そういうこと一切言っちゃいけないの。
そっか。まあそうだよね。
ごめんね。
鏡、気にするでない。そなたは軍人として正しい対応をしただけだ。
そうそう、気にしないで。私にしてみれば聞くのはただだからさ、つい調子に乗っちゃうんだよね。
じゃあ次から有料化。
悩みね。それどういうこと？
鈴宮が調子に乗ってるから。
なんですって？
自分で言ったのに怒るのはおかしい。
はいはい、その辺にしておきなさい。それ以上やっても無駄よ。
千鶴、
あやみねとやり合うには茜は直情的すぎるわ。やめておいた方が自分のためよ。
そんなことないよ。
さすが千鶴さん、対計算戦術に関しては眼蓄が違うね。
鈴宮元気だしな。
あんたが言うな。
おかしいでしょ、いつもこんな感じなんだよ。
鏡が鈴宮はおかしいって。
あんたもよ。
Sumika just laughed. She actually laughed. I know that's a pretty mundane thing to get all spun up about, but holy crap! It feels like it's been forever since I last saw Sumika this relaxed. Thanks so much, you guys. I guess being around other people really made all the difference for her. Alright, time for me to join in. Sounds like you guys are having fun. What are you all talking about?
別になんでもないよ。
Looks like Ayamine got under your skin. I could tell.
白金目が腐ってるんじゃないの？誰がコテンパイよ、誰が。
どう見てもそなたであろう。
もう、三剣まで。
Trust me, I totally feel your pain, but it's best to just give up. You ever heard of a thing called survival of the fittest?
はぁ？何言ってんの？
In Squad 207B, the law of the jungle was in full effect. You guys over in 207A may have had a more organized social structure, but ours was a wasteland where only the most brutal of monsters got a say. Don't feel bad that you can't hang.
はぁ。
If anything, it just goes to show that you're far more civilized than us. You should be proud.
白金、怪獣って誰のこと？
鏡見れば。
結構よ。
Hey, nice job, class rep. You didn't even flinch. You really are getting better.
ひどいですよ、タケルさん。いくらなんでも榊さんが怪獣だなんて。
玉瀬？
Tama, I'm proud of you for standing up for what you believe in, but you kinda missed the point.
ミキさん違うよ。怪獣は千鶴さんとケイさんの2人だよ。
鎧？
Not quite, Mikoto. I mean, you're definitely getting warmer, but still.
そなたたち。タケルは己以外すべて怪獣だと言っているのだぞ。
タケルさん、
ひどいなぁ。
Took you guys long enough?
なんだかわからないけど、なんとなくわかったわ。千鶴、苦労したんだね。
茜。
だから鈴宮も頑張れ。
だからなんであやみねが言うのよ。
What do you think, Sumika? These guys are pretty crazy.
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
楽しいね。
I guess she's still pretty nervous. It is only her second day, so I can't really blame her. I'm sure it would be different if Kasumi were here with us.
この者の周囲には常に笑いがある。この者がいなくとも先ほどのように私たちが笑い合えるようになったのはタケルのおかげなのだ。
Where's this coming from? You're hyping me up way too much.
何照れてるのよ。本当のことでしょ、小隊長。
When are you going to stop calling me that?
タケルさんはそうやってみんなの緊張をほぐしてくれてるんですよね。
へえ。
Come on, guys, this is getting weird. Can we stop talking about this? You're killing me here.
そなたはタケルと特殊任務を共にする機会も多いのであろう。 道中さぞや賑やかなのであろうな。ああ、任務に関わることおいそれと答えるわけにはいかないのであったな。
そうじゃないんだけど。
まして立ち入ったことを聞くつもりもなかったのだ。許すがよい。
そんな、別に。
Mia's really trying to talk with Sumika, but it's not going that well. I can't really tell if that's because of that image Sumika saw, or just because she's nervous.
なんか白金って意外に人望あるんだね。びっくり。
That wasn't very nice, Suzumiya. Words can hurt, you know?
言うのはただだから。
And how would you know?
どうした？
私、そろそろ行くね。
一緒に夕食食べないの？
副司令のところへ行かなきゃならないから。
But why? Does she already need to purify her ODL?
そうか。それは仕方がないな。
There's no way just spending time around other people puts that much burden on her brain. Sensei would have mentioned something like that.
じゃあまた明日ね。
またね。頑張ってくださいね。じゃあまた。
じゃあ私たちも行きましょうか。
じゃあね。
たける、後でね。
ではな。
たけるさん、またね。
Not gonna go get changed with the others? What, dude? Why are you looking at me like that?
ま、わからないでもないか。
See what? What are you talking about?
なんでもない。じゃあね。
Hey! What's up with her? Whatever. More importantly, what's going on with Sumika? She said she was pretty tired yesterday too. Is she doing okay? I assumed she was just nervous, but maybe she's not feeling well or something. Well, Sensei's monitoring her vitals at all times, so I'm sure she would come running if something went wrong. I guess I shouldn't be too worried. Besides, she was laughing earlier. That was definitely new and undeniable proof of how much progress she's made. If she wasn't feeling herself, there's no way she would have been able to laugh like that. It's only been 2 days since she got this stable. I'm probably just being impatient is all.
白金。
You're quick as always. Already done changing. I can smell the soap wafting off of her.
ほう。貴様いい度胸だな。
What makes you say that?
就任して初めての小隊長ミーティングをすっぽかす気か？
Wait, a meeting? As flight commander? Oh, crap. I was so focused on Sumika, I completely forgot. I'll go get changed right away.
もう始まるぞ。そのままでいいから来い。
Okay. That was something else. Well, can't say I wasn't prepared for this. I knew the whole stick was about being a flight commander, and name only wasn't going to mean I had no new responsibilities. But even so, they definitely made me play the part today, though I guess that shouldn't be a surprise. They didn't call me out for a meeting yesterday, so I'm guessing the other two were doing a lot of prep work to help me make the transition. We reviewed our training footage and tried to find mistakes in the formations, checked the fluctuations in everyone's vital signs, dug into our movement data. Being a flight commander sure ain't easy. But I guess this is kind of grunt work that ultimately helps our unit work so effectively on the battlefield. While each subordinate works independently to eliminate their mistakes, the flight commander works under the assumption that everyone will mess up at some point and develops contingency plans accordingly. Like Lieutenant Hayase once said, it's crazy to think that Captain Isumi was able to fulfill all the duties of being a unit commander without ever letting any of us see how difficult it was. Now that I'm in a similar position, I can truly appreciate how impressive that is. Though I guess it only makes sense that she would take it seriously. She said she had lost several of her subordinates before. One wrong order could get someone killed, and it won't always be at the hands of the enemy. After all, the further into the hive we go, the less space we'll have to maneuver, making the Rutherford field of the Susanoo a threat as well. In fact, 2 of our failures today were due to most of our escorts coming too close to the Rutherford field and self-destructing, leaving the Susanoo a sitting duck for the Beta to swarm in and capture. Even in the 17 times we were successful, not everyone survived. We never had a perfect survival rate, not even once. In a world like this, it doesn't matter whether the surface pilots survive for a mission to be considered a success. It's just an added bonus if they do. Not that I ever thought the first lieutenants were just writing off our lives, of course, but today was the first time I saw just how much work they put into keeping us safe. This isn't the sort of job you can give to a person who's too preoccupied with their own issues. I definitely understand what Lieutenant Munakata meant now. She told me that I've already grown enough, but since I've only been given half the duties of a real flight commander, I definitely still have a long way to go. Sure, I'm Storm Vanguard 1 and all, but Lieutenant Hayase has been juggling her duties as unit commander while also maintaining her position as the unit's strongest pilot. I still can't compete with her. But I do want to reach her level, and I hope I can get there soon.
タケル、今夕食か？最近そなたはいつも遅いな。
Yeah, I was in a meeting with the other flight commanders.
なるほど。早瀬中尉と宗像中尉はどうした？
Seems like they're working through dinner. But hey, don't just stand there. Have a seat.
ああ、そうだな。失礼するぞ。
So, I wanted to thank you.
なんだ、やぶから棒に。
Well, I can tell you're really making an effort to help Sumika feel welcome.
なんだ、そのようなことか。
I don't really know if she's still nervous about all this or not, but I would appreciate it if you kept that up. I should probably tell Maya more about Sumika, even if it has to be fairly vague. Sumika saw that image that flashed through my mind, so we really need Maya to get along with her. And more importantly, I wouldn't want to keep my guiding light completely in the dark.
そなたがそれを私に頼むのは、鏡が同じ特殊任務に従事する戦友だからか？それとも鏡がそなたの幼なじみだからか？あるいはそれ以外に何がしかの理由があるからなのか？
Why is she asking that? How much does Maya know? Yeah, about that. Damn it, she beat me to the punch. This is awkward. What?
そんな思い詰めた顔をするでない。
Does it look like I am?
何も特殊任務の機密情報を教えろと言っているのではない。
I know.
鏡はそなたにとってかけがえのない存在なのであろう。もっとわかりやすく言えば、そなたは鏡を愛しているのであろう。
How did you? No, it doesn't matter how she figured it out. Maya's always treated me the same way, no matter what world or situation we found ourselves in. Even when I was making a total ass of myself, spouting off my uninformed opinions like a kid throwing a tantrum, she never gave up on me. Even when I convinced myself that I was the only one who could save the world, and everyone else was just an obstacle. Even when I abandoned everything after having my whole world flipped upside down. Maya's always been there to tell me what I need to hear with complete and total honesty, no matter what she was going through in her own life, and no matter how much pain she was in. So the least I can do is show her the same respect, and be as upfront with her as I possibly can. You're right, I'm in love with Sumika.
そうか。立ち入ったことを聞いてしまったな。許すがよい。
It's fine. You're fine. I just thought it might make things a little awkward if I spelled it out that plainly.
それは逆だ。はっきりさせておいた方がお互いにとってやりやすい。
Really?
うん、そうだ。
Yeah, on second thought, she's probably right. When you don't know for sure, you tend to tiptoe around the subject, and that makes things a lot more awkward for both parties. The night after Operation 21st, do you remember how I was telling you I found a tangible reason for fighting?
ああ、特殊任務の達成がそなたの身近な理由だったな。
Back then, I couldn't put it any other way, because the fact that Sumika even existed was still top secret. But I promise I wasn't.
よい、皆まで言うな。誰もそなたが個人感情を優先したとか、公私混同しているなどとは思っておらん。
But
これまでのそなたの言動が私たちにそう思わせるのだ。
all of you?
本当によかったな。鏡と再び巡り会えて本当によかったな。
Maya,
訓練兵だった頃、そなたから生き別れの幼なじみの話を聞かされた者は皆同じ思いだぞ。
so when you said I've shown all of you I'm not that kind of man, you meant...
榊たちも皆そなたが鏡と再会できたことを喜んでいるぞ。
I had no idea you guys felt that way.
そしてそなたと鏡がお互いを思っていること、 皆にも分かっているようだぞ。
I'm sorry. I really wasn't trying to hide it from everyone.
詫びる必要などない。そもそもオルタネイティブ計画の特殊任務に関わる人物の素性など明かされた側も困惑する。
Well, thanks. It makes me feel a lot better to hear you say that.
礼には及ばぬ。当然のことだ。
Maybe I was just being stupid, but I kind of felt like you guys might think I was only working so hard because of her, so I was a little hesitant to say anything about it.
バカ者、見損なってくれるな。申したであろう。そなたが市場を優先しているなどと誰も思っておらぬと。そなたがこれまで周囲の者や任務、あらゆるものに対してどれほど真剣に関わってきたかを皆見てきているのだぞ。そなたが己の都合のみを優先するならば125事件の際チリジリになった皆の心を何とかまとめようと骨を折ることなどするまい。まして詐欺り大尉を向こうに回して損得感情に見合わない危険なおとり役など志願するはずはあるまい。神宮寺軍曹の死に過剰な責任を感じ、あれほど取り乱したそなたを、甲21号作戦の際単独陽動を買って出たそなたを何をもって私利私欲を優先するような男だと断じろというのだ。それとも何か私たちがそなたをそのような男だと曲解するほど腐った根性の持ち主だとでも思っているのか？
I don't think that, but I did do all those things for my own selfish reasons. Ultimately, everything I've done so far has been to fulfill the same personal objectives I mentioned to you the other day.
それで十分だ。すべてがそなたの目的のため、結果的にそなたに利することであったとしても、それで十分ではないか。一昨日そなたが言ったように、いすみ大尉が思い人や家族のために手動起爆を決断していたとしても、多くの命を救った事実は不変だ。そなたは自分で大尉の決断や行為を認めていたではないか。講師の要求を高いレベルで両立させていればそれで良いのではなかったのか。戦うに際して私的なごく身近な理由を持つことは素晴らしいことなのであろう。だからこそ私にそれを見つけようと言ってくれたのではないのか。
Yeah, it
ではその
is.
素晴らしさを己が態度で私に示すがよい。今度ばかりは口だけではない。確かそう言っておったな。どうだ、己が他人を諭した言葉が続けざまに返ってくる時の気分は。
It sucks.
いい気味だ。この前のお返しだぞ。思い知るがよい。私も皆も自分の意志でそなたを信じているのだ。誰に強制されたものでもない。己が成してきたことに自信を持て。そしてもっと堂々としているがよい。
Thanks, Maya. I'm really lucky to have such amazing friends. There's always been so much on my plate that I couldn't tell anyone about. What with the alternative program, the 00 unit, not to mention the fact that I've traveled between worlds and looped through time as the causality conductor. And since it's such a pain to keep track of what's kosher to talk about and what's not, I think that maybe I figured it would be easier to just not tell anyone anything at all. In retrospect, I sure wish I had talked more about my problems to these guys and just left out the classified parts. Why was I so determined to handle it all on my own anyway? I should have had more faith in everyone else. I think that was just me being pretentious, as usual. which means May has hit the nail on the head yet again. She really is my guiding light.
鏡もそなたも立派だ。同じ任務に従事しながら講師を両立させている。これは並大抵の精神力ではかなわぬことだ。人間であれば愛する者こそその幸福や生命を脅かすあらゆるものから遠ざかっていてほしいと願うはずだ。舞台で出会い愛し合った者同士であれば互いの危険は覚悟の上のことであろう。だがそなたたちはそうではない。それが分かっているがゆえ榊たちもそなたと鏡の姿に心打たれるのであろうな。
You really think so?
だがそなたたちは油断したな。私もそうだが皆それぞれにそなたと鏡の姿を目撃していたらしいぞ。
Oh crap, you mean everyone else did too?
少なくとも元 207B 分隊の者たちはな。就任祝いの後 PX でそう話していた。
Well, I guess I was just too preoccupied to be careful as I should have been.
ああ、傍から見ていても気の毒なほどだったぞ。
Seriously? Was I really that obvious?
鏡へのクリスマスプレゼントを考えている時のそなたのほうけ顔は今でも忘れることができんな。
Come on, no reason to remember that.
鎧にエクセム3の講義を強いられた際も特殊任務といえばよいものをバカ正直に口ごもっておったな。
Let's forget that one too, shall we?
作戦前の晩、私がそなたと鏡を目撃した話をした際の表情もなかなかに芸術的であったぞ。
Oh yeah, I was totally stunned, though I think I was even more surprised that you had developed such strong female intuition.
そなた、バカにしているのか？私だって一応女だぞ。相応の女の勘ぐらい持ち合わせておる。
Oh, trust me, I'm well aware.
分かっておらん。
Don't be like that, you know I'm just joking around.
分かっておる。そなたにそれを期待してはおらぬ。
In what department?
こっちの話だ。気にするでないぞ。
Why do you have to be like that? I know I got flustered over Maya taking the initiative on this one, but I still need to make an effort to tell her more about Sumika. Even if I have to be vague, I really want Maya to understand her better. I'm not doing this as a penance or anything, but I'm going to go ahead and embarrass myself even further here, if that's all right.
なんだ、先ほどまでに十分堪能したが、あれ以上なのか？
I mean, don't get me wrong. I realize it's super lame of me to turn around and spill our whole backstory to you immediately after you busted me, but I still think it's the right thing to do.
ほう、そこまで開き直る覚悟か。大したものだ。
Obviously, there's still a ton of stuff about Sumika that's secret, so I can't really give you all the details, but I've been relying on that excuse for far too long now. Like you said before, I've been operating under a lot of false assumptions thus far. I had a hard time telling the difference between confiding in you guys and being dependent on you. So if you would rather I not say anything, I won't, but I would like to tell you, as proof that I believe you when you say you believe in me.
なるほどな。
I want you to understand some things about the two of us, and if it's okay with you, I want you to keep them in mind when you're dealing with her.
よかろう。自分で言った言葉の責任は取る。また後で投げ返されてはかなわんからな。
Yeah, you know I always remember.
だが条件がある。
What is it?
そなたも重々承知しているとは思うが、機密情報の類は一切話すでないぞ。
I know.
そなたを人間として信ずる以上に優秀な軍人であることをも信じた上で話を聞くのだ。そこを履き違えてくれるな。
Of course. I can't put my feelings before my duties.
これまで頑なに秘密を守ってきたからこそ、そなたは皆の信用を勝ち取ってきたということを忘れるでないぞ。
Don't worry. I won't betray your trust.
では聞こう。
Alright, this is going to take a while. Guess I should probably start from the beginning. Sumika was my next door neighbor growing up. We never spent a day apart until around 3 years ago.
確かこの町に住んでいたのであったな。
Yeah, we did. But then one day, the two of us got separated, and I became convinced that Sumika was no longer in this world. A lot of things happened in the years after that, and then 2 months ago, Yuko-sensei took me in and enrolled me in our basis training academy. During basic training, she had me help out with some of her experiments on the side, and that's when I came up with the XM3. You know most of this already, though, so I'm just going to skip over it. After Sergeant Jin Guji's death, I tried to escape the pain by running off somewhere else.
例の特殊任務だな。
Right, and while I was out there on the front lines, I ran into Sumika and several other people I never thought I would see again, including Marimo-chan and you, of course. But I got careless and got yet another person killed, leaving Sumika gravely injured in the process.
何？任務は成功だったと聞いているが。
By Yuko-sensei's standards, maybe, but for me it was just a repeat of the same mistakes all over again.
そうであったのか。
That was when I finally stopped trying to run away. It wasn't until then that I really steeled my resolve.
それがそなたが言っていた壊してしまったもの、失ってしまったものなのか。
You got it. Once I returned from that mission, I learned that Sumika had been involved with the alternative program as well. In fact, she had been a part of it for years and in a much more critical role than me.
怪我は？
Apparently, she had been in bad shape for a really long time, even before what happened during my mission. Her memories and psyche had been in tatters for years before we met back up again. They were able to treat her physical injuries, but psychologically, she seemed to be beyond help. She spent most of her time just staring off into space, but sometimes she would have these violent panic attacks where she would start screaming and crying and shaking as if she was terrified of something, and nothing we did seemed to help. But apparently she did amazingly well in her combat training. Even in that psychological state, she still performed great. That's what I meant when I said I had too much on my plate back then. I was doing everything in my power to help restore her sanity. That's when I came up with the idea to give her a Christmas present, just like I always used to. I figured it might just help bring her memories back. In the same vein, I thought that taking her someplace we shared a lot of memories together might spark some sort of response inside of her. Basically, I was just grasping at straws.
それがあの夜か。
She's the pilot of the Susanoo, so technically, I could say that I was doing all this to help humanity win and secure a future for the human race.
作戦前の晩にそなたが言っていた特殊任務の成功が身近な目標とはそういう意味だったのか。
Yeah, but I can't deny the fact that my personal feelings for Sumika and my desire to do more for her have grown stronger and stronger as time goes on. That's what made it so hard for me to tell you guys anything. Well, other than that was top secret. When I ran into her on that special mission, I knew once and for all that I was in love with her. Because that's when I realized that the thought of losing her again scared me more than anything else in the world. But that just made it all the more difficult to balance my professional goals with my personal feelings. I kept telling myself that I was only trying to bring her back to normal for humanity's sake, and I was just fulfilling my duty. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that I was betraying you guys somehow. But then I remembered everything I've learned from all the people I've met over these past few years, including the old woman at Mount Tenjin and the versions of you guys I met in the previous timeline. That includes everyone in our squad, as well as their families, Major Walken and Captain Sagiri, Sergeant Jinguji, and everyone in A01. But without a doubt, the people who inspired me the most were you, First Lieutenant Tsukuyomi, and the Shogun. I learned so much from the three of you about loyalty to the mission, sorting out your personal emotions, and adapting to the circumstances that fate places in us. It's thanks to you three that I've been able to maintain somewhat of a reasonable balance for this long.
そうか。
Captain Isumi's sacrifice during Operation 21st taught me that it was possible to fulfill both one's professional duties and one's personal objectives at the same time. And now I finally feel I can move forward without any hesitation, something I owe to each and every one of you. Anyway, after we get back from Operation 21st, for whatever reason, she started recovering at an unbelievable rate. She isn't completely back to normal just yet, but Sensei said that she's getting better every day. And yesterday, when Sumika was assigned to Unit A01, well, it was the first time since we were united that I had seen her interacting so naturally with people. Even with me, she had never been able to talk like that, but with you guys, she could hold a perfectly normal conversation. It sounds like she's managed to recover her memories, and her emotions seem a lot more stable now too. It's like she's the girl I used to know again.
そうだったのか。
She got dragged into a bunch of things she had no control over, and hurt so badly. then spent years cooped up in this dark, desolate room, unable to move. So this is the first time she's been herself in years. I don't know if she's just nervous or what, but she's a lot quieter than before. She was always so positive and chipper, kinda like a hyperactive puppy. Maybe I'm asking for too much, but I really want her to go back to being that way. I'm sure you figured this out based on the story so far, but my feelings for her are one-sided as of right now. I haven't even asked her how she feels about me, and we're obviously not going out, so it's really nothing more than that. I mean, she did cry for my help back when she was really in distress, but for all I know, she was just clinging to me because she didn't have anyone else.
そうだったのか。
Told you it was lame.
いや、そなたは立派だ。
Come on, you don't have to try to cheer me up. It's just going to make me feel even more embarrassed about this.
今の話を聞いていて、自分の考えがいかに矮小で浅ましいものか思い知らされた。
Well, welcome to the club. You've given me similar wake-up calls more times than I can count. There's nothing wrong with keeping each other honest if it helps us grow, right?
確かに普通であればそうなのだが。
Besides, I had to cut out all the classified details, so you should probably take it all with a grain of salt. This next part, though, actually does have more to do with our mission than anything.
なんだ?
To keep the Susanoo functioning at peak efficiency, it's vital that we keep Sumika in a stable emotional state, since she will be the one piloting it.
確かにな。
I think she's having trouble adjusting to her sudden recovery, especially since we're asking her to try form friendships again so abruptly.
話を聞く限り、想像に難くないな。
But according to Sensei, kick-starting her social life again should be hugely beneficial to her mental health.
なるほどな。
I don't expect you to be her best friend or anything, but I do hope you can try to work with her outside of the mission as well.
任務であれ個人的にであれ、私がその申し出を断る理由はない。
Really? Thanks a ton, Maya.
何？礼には及ばぬが、何故その話を私に？
Well, because you're the one who helped me get past my reluctance to talk about this stuff. I could have never been so brazen about this before.
なるほど。自分の行動結果の責任を取れということか。
That's not what I meant at all. I wanted you to know because you're more than just a comrade to me. You're my guiding light.
私がそなたの尊い存在？
Kinda like what First Lieutenant Suzumiya is for Lieutenant Hayase. This was something that came up when I was talking to Lieutenant Munakata yesterday. She said that people never really stop growing and maturing. She told me I had gotten to the point where I was starting to understand myself as an individual. And she said that people who understand themselves can struggle through 100 identical challenges and grow a little more every single time. But when you start to worry that maybe you have strayed down the wrong path, that is when you need a guiding light to show you the way. That could be anyone, as long as they know who you really are deep down. Doesn't matter how old they are, or what gender, or how long you have known them. It's someone who listens to you when you're down, gives you candid advice when you need it, and smacks some sense into you when you royally screw up. Not to lay on the pressure or anything, but you're the first person who comes to mind that fits that description, Maya.
なんとも光栄なことだ。
And I just thought it would be nice if you could be something like that for Sumika as well.
なるほど。
No pressure or anything, just wishful thinking on my part, that's all. Normally I wouldn't even have had the guts to say this, but thanks to you, the words came out really easily. I would feel a lot better knowing that Sumika had someone like you she could open up to. Since they originally wanted the two of you to bond so that Sumika would stop worrying about that weird fantasy I had, but that barely even enters the equation for me at this point.
今の私も鏡と同じようなものなのかもしれんな。あの者の過酷な運命と比すること自体おこがましいが、何かから解き放たれたはよいが、何をしてよいかもわからず、何かを探し求めもがく様。他人事とは思えぬな。
Maya.
話は分かった。先ほども申したが、私に断る理由はない。
Thank you, Maya. Please do help her out, if you can.
良いのだ。
I'm not expecting miracles or anything, of course. Don't put too much pressure on yourself.
分かっておる。
She doesn't have any close friends or comrades she can lean on right now. Just treating her like one would be more than enough.
友か。世が世であれば、私と鏡は本当の意味での友というものになれたのかもしれんな。
Maybe so. Well, I know I'm not much of a friend, but I hope that someday I can be a guiding light for you as well, or at least a confidant. I want you to think of me as a confidant, and I'll do everything I can to make that happen.
それは難しいな。
I know, I'm not even close to earning that right yet, but I'm going to work my ass off to get there.
そうか。
Just you watch. One of these days, you'll have no choice but to admit it.
私もそうなれば良いと思う。
I swear I'll make it happen, and when it does, I'll finally repay you for everything. I've still got to wipe out the beta and deal with whatever turned me into a causality conductor before I can head back home, right? Should give me plenty of time to work with.
さて、長くなってしまった。私はそろそろ部屋へ戻る。
Right. We've got mock battles again tomorrow, don't we? Probably going to be another long day.
ではな。おやすみ、タケル。
Thanks for everything. I mean it.
それはお互い様だ。
Good night. I couldn't tell her everything, given how much top-secret information is involved, but I'm glad I at least got the chance to be upfront with her about my feelings for Sumika. It kind of feels like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders, a really big and heavy one. But I mean, these are things I would never told anyone but Yuko-sensei before. It only makes sense that I would feel relieved. And of course, having one other person on the team who knows what Sumika's been through makes me feel a lot less anxious about how well she will get along with the rest of the group. Looks like I owe you yet again, Maya. Sumika, it's me. In the flesh. Where's Kasumi?
今、副司令のところに行ってるよ。
Okay. Can I come in? Is this a bad time? I can come back later.
別に都合悪くないよ。
Then can I come in?
いいよ。
I figured they would give you a fancier room, but this is just identical to mine. Though I guess we don't have any VIP barracks, really. How have you been feeling today? I know you were pretty tuckered out last night, so I've been a little worried. I'm glad to hear that. I'm pretty sure it's because she's getting more and more stable every day. If she keeps it up and forms some strong relationships with everyone, she'll be back to the cheery Sumika I remember in no time. Which is exactly how she's supposed to be. A big old ray of sunshine.
たけるちゃん、いろいろありがとう。
What do you mean?
ほら、私、おかしくなってたから、結構大変だったでしょ。
Is that all? Don't mention it. No need to be all formal around me. Besides, it's not like you at all.
私らしくない。
I'm just glad you're getting back to your old self again. That's all that matters to me.
ありがとう。
She's so stable, even though she has memories from all those other timelines. Sensei wasn't kidding. I had a hard time believing it until I actually talked to Sumika myself. But now I feel like I can finally relax around her a bit. Though that doesn't mean I can just ask her about all the horrible stuff she went through now. I should just take things slow. Speaking of which, you sure seem to be enjoying yourself with everyone today. It's been a long time since I've seen you laugh like that. It really made my day.
みんな面白くていい人たちだね。
They sure are. And they're great people, too. I'm sure you already know this, but they're the reason I was able to make it this far.
たけるちゃんは大人になったね。
Well, I don't know if I would call myself a grown-up or anything, but I did learn a lot from them. When I first started this loop, I thought all of them were just wasting time by focusing on their personal issues. After seeing how the previous timeline ended, I convinced myself that I was the only one who had experienced real tragedy. I thought it was stupid to fight over differing beliefs and principles. 2. I kept looking down on them, thinking we should just be prioritizing the survival of the human race. But that was because I had never had to deal with anything like this before. As soon as I got directly involved, I realized just how stupid I had been.
あの時のタケルちゃん、そういうことだったんだね。
Guess Sensei was right. Looks like she really can process info from all the other worlds simultaneously. But they still took me in and accepted me as one of their own. They always encouraged me or smacked some sense into me when I needed it most. They helped me in so many ways. That's why I think you could really be good friends with them too. Sure, there are some things that only you and I know about, but they're not completely out of the loop either. They're a little different from the way they are in my world, but their core personalities are the same. They're all great people. So I hope you will keep talking to them and enjoying their company. In a world as horrific as this one, I think it's really important to be able to appreciate life's simple joys, at least when you are not fighting. I don't expect any massive changes overnight, but I do hope it will help you get back to your old, spunky self sooner rather than later. Yeah, you know, the girl who would sock me with a drill milky punch every time I made an ass of myself. Is it just me, or is she getting more and more reserved as this conversation goes on? I know she saw that image of Maya a while ago, but I kinda get the feeling it's more complicated than just that. Could there be something else that's bugging her? Hang on a sec. She doesn't have the Santa rabbit with her right now, does she? I know she had it when we came back to the base. What happened to your Santa rabbit? I noticed you haven't been carrying it around lately. Not that you have to have it with you at all times, of course. You just really seemed to like it before, so I was kinda wondering what happened. Did she lose it? Is that why she's down in the dumps? Did you lose it? It's okay if you did. I won't be mad. Okay. Okay, so she just doesn't have it on her. But that's a little strange, isn't it? I mean, she even brought it along for Operation 21st. So what gives? I think I get it. You broke it. Looks like I was right on the money. Well, it was handmade and didn't really have a lot of give, I kinda had a feeling the ears were gonna break off sooner or later. I can fix it if you want, though. Seriously, it's not a big deal. Just bring it on over, alright? So that's what she was so upset about. What am I ever going to do with this girl? But hey, at least that means she really liked it, so I can't complain too much. What are you waiting for? Come on, bring it here. This doesn't look broken to me. So what's the problem? Sumika, what is this about?
ごめん。
Sorry for what?
ごめんね。それ返すよ。
What's that supposed to mean? Sumika,
ごめんね。
why are you giving it back? What happened? Sumika?
もう私それ持っていられない。
What do you mean? You can't keep it. Did you want me to make you something else, or?
違う。
So what? Is it just uncomfortable for you to be given a gift based on something that belonged to a different Sumika?
違うよ。
Okay, then what gives? Why don't you want it? She's not answering. So maybe it really is because it's based on my memories of the Sumika I grew up with. But what else am I supposed to do? Those are the only memories of Sumika that I have, other than a few that we made in the branch of the timeline I ran away to. I don't know anything about this world's Sumika. Wait, the Sumika I grew up with. And the one in the branch that I ran away to. Of course. How could I have forgotten something so simple? The only Sumika I ever confessed my feelings to was the one I grew up with. Even when we kissed in the altered branch, she was the one who confessed to me. That's it. That's gotta be it. I've never actually told her how I feel in this world. All I did whenever she had a breakdown was talk about memories from my world.
Stream elements.
She only knows how I feel
Said,
because she's been reading my
Stay
mind.
thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
Which was fine up until recently, because her memories were all mixed up with the ones she had inherited from other worlds. But if Sensei's right, and she's now capable of discerning which memories came from which world.
鏡が限りなく人間に近づいたってことは、これ以降上手に女を扱うスキルが要求されるんだけどね。
In retrospect, I did only start getting involved with Sumika in this world for the sake of the mission, so that I could restore order to the timelines and help humanity win. But it's also true that it didn't take long for my feelings to change and for her to become my primary motivation for fighting. Damn it. And there I was bragging about how well I understood her. Okay, I think it's high time that I set the record straight. I've got to go all out and let her know exactly how I feel. I'm so sorry. I've been leaning on you way too much. Even in my world, and the one I went back to, I was always just leeching off of your strength. And in this world, I haven't even told you how I feel about you.
Takeru-chan.
Sumika, I love you. You're more important to me than anyone else. I realize that you and I haven't shared a lot of memories in this world. Heck, there may have even been times when I've caught myself wondering if maybe it wasn't me you fell for in this timeline at all. I'm not trying to force you to go out with me or anything. I'll love you no matter what. But I would really like that if you would at least hold on to that Santa rabbit for me. Wait, what are you sorry about? Are you saying you just won't take it, or... How am I supposed to understand if you won't even tell me what you're apologizing for? Why? Why won't you tell me? Don't tell me. It's not because of what you saw during Operation 21st, is it? Then what is it? I need to know why you're turning me down. Please. Is it because you really did fall for someone else? I see. Well, I won't hold that against you. But what the hell, though? If you're in love with someone else all along, then why was it my name you kept screaming during all those panic attacks? Then what is it? let you go. I'm not trying to force you to. Sumika, I swear I'm not. Sumika. What the hell is wrong with me? I'm such an asshole. She turned me down, but I kept trying to force her to tell me why. What kind of jackass does that? This isn't right. What the hell is going on here? I don't get it. How could things go so wrong so fast? God damn it. How did it come to this? She's not upset about that image of Maya and me, and she didn't fall for some other guy. So I have no idea how to interpret what Sumika just said. If she didn't have any feelings for me, then why would that image disturb her so bad that she suffered abnormal ODL degradation? I don't get it. I'm just thinking in circles at this point. I may have matured a little, but I still don't know how to cope with my own emotional issues. God, I'm pathetic. I never would have expected Sumika to shoot me down. I didn't have any proof that she would want me. I just assumed she would because of how she was acting when her memories were all jumbled up. I guess I was reading too much into things. I was acting like her boyfriend on the basis of my own assumptions. I'm such an ass. This is the first time I've ever been rejected, although I guess that doesn't mean a lot, since it was also the first time I ever asked a girl out. Didn't think it would hurt quite this bad. Everyone who's ever fallen in love knows there's a risk their feelings won't be reciprocated. The fact that they still put themselves out there and confess, even knowing they might be rejected, is incredible to me. I really am just a kid. How could I have made it this far in life without ever experiencing this? I've just been wallowing in my own misery since then. It's hard having Sumika's room right next door, too. I kept perking up at every little noise I heard. I couldn't handle the fact that there was only a single wall between the two of us, so I got up and left. I knew it wasn't going to fix anything, but I decided to come here and visit Sergeant Jin Guji and Captain Isumi anyway. I don't know about Sergeant Jin Guji, but the captain said people used to talk to her about their love lives, so I feel like she would hear me out. Or maybe she'll just be mad at me for breaking my promise. Someone is here. Is it the first lieutenants? I really don't feel up to talking to them right now. Hang on a sec. Whoever it is, it seems like they are alone. Wait, that's Lieutenant Tsukuyomi?
白金少尉。
I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you were a goner.
私の身を案じてくれていたのか。それはすまなかった。
Of course I was worried. We hadn't seen hide or hair of you since the operation ended.
いや、貴様が案じていたのは新型 OS の方だったかな。
Well, both, obviously.
言ってくれるな。
Sorry, but I'm afraid I've learned how to deal with your trick questions by now. Thank goodness. It's such a relief to know she's okay. So, when did you get back to the base?
つい先ほどだ。佐渡島に派遣された第16大隊に随伴して岩国を経由し、帝都に立ち寄っていたのでな。
Of course, they were holding a funeral for the fallen soldiers of Operation 21st. She must have been attending that. I see. And the second lieutenants?
無論無事だ。今は宿舎で私物を整理しているところだろうな。
Gathering their belongings. So then, you're being stationed somewhere else?
千歳だ。先の作戦で帝国は戦力を消耗しすぎたからな。北方戦線の補強というわけだ。
All the way up in Hokkaido.
前にも言ったが、この横浜での任期は31日までだ。貴様に会うのも、これが最後かもしれんな。
Could be. There's only 3 days left until she leaves. It's not like we bump into each other very often. Is she planning on leaving without seeing Maya? By the way, what are you doing all the way out here, First Lieutenant?
旧国の英雄であるいすみみちる大尉と柏木春子少尉に殿下のお言葉を伝えていたのだ。
Her Highness personally asked you to?
国連軍所属とはいえ、いすみ大尉も柏木少尉も日本国民であることに何ら変わりはない。ましていすみ大尉は己が命と引き換えに撤退する多くの将兵を救い、目前に迫っていた日本滅亡の脅威を取り除いたのだ。
Eliminating Sadogashima doesn't really mean that we're out of the woods just yet, but I can definitely understand that's a huge relief for everyone in Japan.
本来であれば、二柱ともに昨日の式典に列せられて叱るところであろう。だが、極秘任務に準じた身なれば、それも叶わぬ。なればせめてと、殿下より直々にお預かりした御言葉を報読つかまつったのだ。
Your Highness, thank you so much for your consideration. I just know Captain Isumi and Lieutenant Kashiwagi would be deeply touched by this gesture.
そして私個人も、あの戦場を共にした者として、日本人として、一言礼を言うためにここに来たのだ。
So what have their families been told?
公式には訓練中の事故死。この時期、位牌に手を合わせることすら禁じられている。だが、この場所であれば、何者にも咎められることはあるまい。この桜は、人類の礎となって、人知れず奇跡にいる者たちの墓標なのであろう。
They are.
いすみ大尉も、さぞや枕を高くしておられることであろう。貴様も、貴様たちも、本当によくやってくれた。
First Lieutenant.
殿下から伺ったのだ。A01 部隊や貴様の働きをな。
That's right. Her Highness isn't just a figurehead anymore. Makes sense that she would have been briefed on all the particulars of Operation 21st. Not to mention, I'm sure she was worried sick about Maya.
メイヤ様の足を引っ張る役立たずばかりだと思っていたが、たくましくなったものだ。
Originally meaning back in basic training or during the 12-5 incident. Well, not that matters. The point is, Lieutenant Tsukuyomi's acknowledged my efforts. I'll just take the compliment. Well, you guys were pretty fantastic out there too. If you hadn't held the line till the very end, Whiskey Unit wouldn't have been able to withdraw successfully.
それとて、いすみ大尉の尻馬に乗って帝国の戦力を守ろうとしたに過ぎぬ。人類全体に貢献した貴様たちの任に比すれば、他愛なきことだ。
Japan is a part of humanity too, you know? I don't think there's any point in making a distinction anymore.
貴様とは125事件の時に似たような話で散々やり合ったな。
It doesn't matter who you're fighting for, as long as you don't lose sight of your own goals and obligations. That's the philosophy that the captain, and Kashiwagi, and Maya, and me, and everyone else in our unit has been fighting to uphold. What, am I due for another scolding?
随分とたくましくなったものだな。
I wish I could agree, but it seems like whenever push comes to shove, I still find ways to screw everything up. After what just happened with Sumika, I really can't take a compliment like that, though it's probably wrong of me to bring that up when it has nothing to do with Lieutenant Tsukuyomi.
思い上がるな。以前と比してのことであって、貴様が全てを満たしたなどと見誤ったわけではないぞ。
Well, pardon me.
結構、精神的にも成長したようだな。
Matured, maybe in some ways, but not where it matters most. I mean, I just let my personal reason for fighting slip between my fingers. Right after getting on my high horse and telling Maya she had to find one of her own, of course. That's right, Maya. I have to tell her about Maya. By the way, I wanted to talk about that request you made to me before the operation.
なんだ?
Well, I think I can safely say that Maya will be just fine from now on. She told me that she can finally feels like she's in a position where she can fight her own battles now. But she also said that her main reason for fighting hasn't changed in the slightest. By that, she meant that she would still fight in the name of the Shogun and her fellow countrymen. I'm sure Lieutenant Tsukuyomi understands that. And now she's focusing on finding something she never had before, a more personal reason to fight. She said that would be more than enough to keep her going.
そうか。
So I don't think you have anything to worry about. And for the record, she's been my guiding light for a long time, so I'm going to do anything I can to help her when she needs it. I've always been counting on her to help me out, so I think it's high time I repaid the favor.
尊い存在か。
That's right. Whenever I lose my way, she's the one who's always there to steer me back on course, even if her guidance sometimes comes in the form of a smack upside the head. Right now, I want to do everything in my power to grow, so she can see me the same way. I don't want to stand in her shadow forever.
そうか。
That's probably what was worrying her the most. She looks so much more relieved now. I really should have told her all this sooner.
そういえば、貴様はここに何をしに来たんだ？
I just had some stuff on my mind, so I was hoping the captain could give me some advice.
バカ者。上官たちが安心して眠れるように心遣うのが貴様が本来すべきことであろう。
She told me I should come here if I needed to talk, so I think it's fine.
そうか。
Besides, Sergeant Jinguji's here too. I was planning to ask both of them to help me out.
そうか。そうであったな。神宮寺軍曹もここに眠っているのであったな。
It is.
すまなかった。私が邪魔をしてしまっていたようだ。早々に退散するとしよう。
It's fine. I'm glad we were able to talk before you had to leave. Is this really going to be the last time I see her? Maybe I should ask her to go see Maya. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot that you would take the time to come here and pay your respects, and deliver Her Highness's regards as well. Next time you're in the capital, be sure to give her my thanks.
わかった。必ず。
I would really appreciate it.
お互い生きていればまた会うこともあるだろう。
I hope so.
その日までさらばだ。
Take care, First Lieutenant. Give my regards to the Second Lieutenants as well.
わかった。伝えよう。白金少尉。 達者でな。
So long, Lieutenant Tsukuyomi. I'm sure what she really wanted to say was, take care of Maya. But now that Maya's found her own way, she felt like it wasn't her place, so she didn't. Damn it. That was so stupid of me. How could I have even thought about asking her to go see Maya one last time? Neither of them would have appreciated having me butt into their affairs over such a shallow sentiment. Even though she's been reassigned, Lieutenant Tsukuyomi is still just as concerned about Maya as ever. But from now on, she just has to resist the urge to be protective. Even after all the progress I've made, I still can't hold a candle to the kind of resolve that those two have. Man, this sucks. There's no way I'll ever be a guiding light for Maya at this rate. And I'm not doing much better with Sumika, either. I haven't been thinking at all about what she wants. That's why I can't handle things the way Lieutenant Tsukuyomi does. Whether Sumika wants me or not, my feelings for her will never change. I just need to keep on supporting her the way I have been this entire time. But I can't reliably do that until I start being more considerate of her feelings. It's probably going to be hard, especially given how oblivious I was to her feelings back in my world. But that's what I've got to do. Besides, I swore I was going to make everything up to her, didn't I? If I just forced my feelings onto her, it would be no different than trying to force Maya and Lieutenant Tsukuyomi to meet again. And let's not forget that this isn't just a problem for me either. I mean, sure, now that Sumika's gotten to a reasonable level of stability, she could theoretically perform her duties as a 00 unit without me even being around. But should we really be banking on that? If this keeps up, it's entirely possible that my very existence will be enough of a distraction to completely throw off her flow in the next operation. If we can't clear the air between us soon, this could cause some serious problems for everyone. Lieutenant Tsukuyomi, thank you so much. Talking with you really helped me come back to my senses. In fact, I can't help but wonder if maybe the captain was responsible for bringing Lieutenant Tsukuyomi here to guide me.
ぱり実機演習はいいね。
でも最初ペダルのタッチに違和感を感じましたよ。
なんかそれわかるわ。3日も戦術機に乗らないことなんてここ最近なかったからね。
Sorry guys, I gotta go.
タケル
Go ahead and eat without me. Finally done with training. I've been so anxious about how to handle this drama with Sumika, I couldn't concentrate at all. I did get better simulator results than yesterday though, and thankfully didn't make any embarrassing mistakes during field training. Which is good. I can't neglect my training, or I'll be letting my personal feelings mess things up for the rest of the unit. When we got out of the simulators, Sumika wouldn't even make eye contact with me. She also turned down class rep's lunch invitation, saying she had to go visit Yuko-sensei, so I'm guessing she really just didn't want to be around me any longer. But considering that's a relatively normal thing for her to do, the others probably thought nothing of it. Even Maya didn't raise an eyebrow despite everything we talked about yesterday. I've got to go find Sumika and try to clear the air after what happened yesterday. Whether she rejects me or not, I have to make sure it doesn't interfere with the mission. That much is for certain. But even so, I can't keep these feelings bottled up forever. I need to get this off my chest. I've been trying as hard as I can to see things from Sumika's perspective. I was up all night trying to decipher everything she said yesterday. While it's possible that she's just dancing around the real issue to let me down easy, there's no way for me to figure out what else she might be hiding, so I'm choosing to take her at her word. She says it's not about the pornographic memories. It's not because she fell in love with someone else. But nonetheless, she can't return my feelings. And after a lot of internal deliberation, I think I might just have an idea as to why that might be. Which is why I've got to talk to her again and get everything out on the table. Sumika, it's me. You there? Looks like she isn't back yet. In which case, maybe she's in the simulator room. Damn it, Sumika. Where the heck did you run off to? She's not in the simulator room or the PX, and she's not down in the restricted area either, and neither was Yuko-sensei, for that matter. Maybe I should swing by her room again. It's been over an hour since I was last there, so maybe she's back by now. Kasumi. Have you seen Sumika?
少し前には地下にいました。
In Sensei's office? Do you think she would still be there now?
1時間ぐらい前です。
Then I must have just missed her. I knew I shouldn't have taken such a long shower. Do you have any idea where she might be now?
いつもなら 部屋に戻ると思います。
Sweet, thanks.
でも今部屋にはいません。
How do you know? Oh, right. You're tracking her position.
はい。
Then tell me where she is. I need to know. What's the matter, Kasumi? You're not going to tell me?
スミカさんに会ってどうするんですか？教えてください。
I mean, I don't mind telling you, but why do you ask? Besides, can't you just read my mind if you're curious what my intentions are?
私はもうあなたとスミカさんのそういう心には立ち入りません。そう決めたんです。許可ももらいました。
Wait, so Yuko-sensei doesn't think it's necessary anymore?
はい。
But doesn't that mean Sumika's no longer under surveillance? They don't even need to keep an eye on her anymore? I mean, it certainly sounds that way. Wait, why do I care? That has no effect on me, or what I need to do right now. I'm not acting on orders here, or doing this for anyone else's benefit. This is my problem and mine alone. Kasumi, the truth is I confessed my feelings to Sumika yesterday. To be honest, it was pretty pathetic. I only did it after she had already made me take back my Christmas present. That's when I realized that I would never really express my feelings for her in this world, and so I just sort of went for it. But she turned me down. Actually, no, that's putting it mildly. It was more like a flat-out rejection. I figured that if I just laid my emotions out on the table, things would work out, but I never really considered how she might feel about things. And I just want to tell her that I understand that now, partly because I don't want it to affect our ability to carry out our duties, but also because I want to set things right. That's all I need to talk to her about. I'll go find her myself, though. It's my problem, and I shouldn't have asked you to solve it for me. That wasn't cool. Sorry. I've got a lot to learn from you, too. You're making an effort to change yourself for the better, too. I seriously respect that. Guess I had better get going. I highly doubt she went off base, so I'm sure I'll find her eventually. Later.
待ってください。
What's up?
スミカさんはあの丘にいます。前にあなたが連れて行ってくれたあの丘にいます。
Kasumi.
あの丘でスミカさんは一人で苦しんでいます。悲しみに押しつぶされそうになっています。
I didn't realize I pushed her that far.
お願いです。スミカさんを助けてあげてください。
Kasumi.
お願いします。
I will. Don't worry. We're going to talk this out, and I'll make sure she knows that there's no need for her to feel all anguish about what happened. Thanks, Kasumi. Really. Sumika.
タケルちゃん。
What are you doing up here? I mean, it's too dark out to enjoy the view. What gives?
なんでもないよ。
Wait, Sumika. We need to talk.
話なんか別にないよ。
Okay, then how about I talk and you just listen?
聞きたくない。
I know, but this will be the last time, I promise. So please, just hear me out. Please.
わかった。
Thanks. I'll make this quick. First of all, I think I owe you an apology. I kept trying to force you to explain why you wouldn't accept my present, without even trying to figure it out for myself. And as far as rejecting me goes, don't worry about it. I didn't come here to try to change your mind. I care about you a lot, obviously. It's important to me that you and I can get along. Of course, it's also really important for the sake of humanity as a whole. So I wanted to clear the air and make sure things won't be too awkward between us for you to carry out your duties. I need to make sure you know exactly where I'm coming from, both for my own sake and for everyone else's. In my own world, I spent years mooching off your kindness, and when I ran back there, I leaned on your strength. My whole life, I've always just taken advantage of you. I took you and all the things you did for me for granted. I guess I just felt like being your childhood friend entitled me to all of it. And it wasn't just you, of course. I thought the peace, freedom, and prosperity I enjoyed were all God-given rights, not privileges. It wasn't until I got dumped into this world that I started to realize just how stupid and spoiled I really was. Only after losing everything I ever cared about and learning to live in this hellhole did I finally understand just how incredibly fortunate I had been. I realized I would have to earn all the things I wanted with my own blood, sweat, and tears. But for all my newfound maturity, I still let myself cling to the comforting delusion that you just didn't exist in this world. I didn't even try to find out for myself if you had ever existed here. I just let you, Go-sensei, tell me what I wanted to hear. I told myself I understood reality, but I never went looking for the truth. It wasn't until I came to this timeline that I finally woke up. Watching and listening to the people around me, I realized how foolish I had been. But I still ran back home to my world, hurting you and Marimo-chan in the process. I made a complete mess of things. But then, only then, when I had screwed up in the worst possible way, did it finally hit home that there was nowhere left to run. I don't want to keep running away from my mistakes anymore. In fact, I can tell you right now that I won't. It's a vicious cycle, and I'm going to do everything I can to break out of it. So yeah, I know I screwed up yesterday, but I'm going to own up to that and do my best to ensure it never happens again. I know that was a long lead-in, but I wanted to give you an idea of where I'm coming from here. See, what I was trying to do yesterday was express my emotions to you in no uncertain terms. Kinda like what you had done for me in the other worlds. But in retrospect, I can see why that wasn't really taking your feelings into consideration. I spent a long time last night thinking about what you had said. And I trust that you are being honest with me. I don't suspect you of lying to me, or making excuses, or try to dance around the real issue. Even if you were, I've still decided to take you at your word, so there's no point in dwelling about it. For all I know, those assumptions might be wrong, but I tried my best to figure this out for myself. I'm not going to demand that you tell me the real reason or anything. I've been really insensitive by saying that I still loved you as much as I loved any other Sumika. I was putting a lot of pressure on you. It was totally ridiculous of me to assume that you would reciprocate those feelings just because you had inherited the memories of the other Sumikas who had loved me. But yesterday, it finally dawned on me. I'm not the Takeru you're looking for. I'm just an imposter. And I should have realized that a lot sooner. I'm really sorry. I feel like I've completely disrespected your feelings. No matter how closely we might resemble one another, I can never replace him. This entire time, I had convinced myself that I was the only real Takeru. It's pretty messed up when you think about it. It's like I've been totally disregarding the other Sumikas I have ever loved. Both the one I grew up with, who always believed in and supported me, and the one whose shoulder I cried on, whose entire life I ruined by being a causality conductor. I really am a pretty lousy human being. I think that somewhere deep down, I was trying to forget how much it hurt to lose them. I was using you to fill the void they left in my heart. That's gotta be it. I was just running away again, just looking for someone else to lean on. Forgive me. You've gotta forgive me, Sumika. I know I've hurt you in ways I can't even imagine. And I'm so, so sorry.
違うよ。タケルちゃんはどこの世界にいてもタケルちゃんだよ。私こそ許して。
For what?
タケルちゃんのこと絶対忘れないって約束したのに忘れちゃった。
Sumika.
だから罰が当たっちゃったんだよ。私自業自得なんだから気にしないで。
That's not true. You didn't deserve that horrible accident. It was all my fault for bringing this world causality into that one.
違わないよ。
Sumika.
おかしいよタケルちゃん。気持ちは嬉しいけど考えすぎだよ。
How am I being ridiculous? What am I overthinking?
私の気持ちとか偽物とか考えすぎだよ。そんなこと言ったら偽物は私の方だよ。
Sumika.
私は00ユニットなんだよ。私は人間じゃないんだよ。こんな風に悲しんだり笑ったりしてるけど全部真似事なんだよ。
Sumika. Stop.
機械と同じなんだよ。作り物なの。
Knock it off.
それなのに愛してるとか踏みにじったとかバカみたいだよ。
But I mean it.
違わない。
What, you think I'm lying to you? Fine. Go ahead and read my mind. That'll prove it.
いい。見ない。
But why? Wouldn't that be the fastest way to settle this?
任務でもないのに人の心を覗いてまで問題を解決したいなんて思わないから。
Why do I keep putting my foot in my mouth? You're right. That was a stupid thing to say. But I still want you to understand how I feel.
もう仕方ないな。
Fine. What?
わかったよ。私がサンタウサギを受け取れない理由教えてあげる。ごめんね。今の私は00ユニットの使命の方が大事なんだよ。
Of course. I know that.
分かってないよ。はっきり言うけどそういうタケルちゃんが鬱陶しいの。こっちは任務に集中したいのに愛だの恋だの言ってくるからさ。
If you really mean that, then why do you seem so torn up about this?
作り物相手に真剣になってるタケルちゃん哀れすぎて見ていて辛いんだよ。
Come on.
だから本当の理由は言いたくなかったのに。
Sumika, you can't be serious.
ごめんね。でもタケルちゃんがしつこいからいけないんだよ。もう分かったでしょ。でもさ、お互い言いたいこと言ってすっきりしたんだからさ、もういいじゃない。ね。
God, I'm such a fool. And here I told myself I would accept any answer she might give me. I basically got what I wanted, didn't I? This is how it should be.
ああ、そうだ。後で副司令から聞くと思うけど。
What?
タケルちゃん、A01 部隊、クビになるよ。
But why?
もう細かいところまで副司令と直接話してるから。タケルちゃんを挟まなくても大丈夫になったからだよ。しかも今のタケルちゃんは私の任務をやりにくくしているんだよ。エッチなイメージ見せたりしてさ。やらしい。だから今日副司令に頼んだんだ。いちいち鬱陶しくて邪魔なんですって。
You did?
でも安心していいよ。タケルちゃんは特殊な存在だから外に放り出せないでしょ。エクセム3開発の貢献を考慮して副司令が雑用として使ってくれるって。だから職には困らないよ。だけどもセキュリティパスは没収されるから部隊には近寄れないと思う。まあ兵士じゃなくなるんだから当然だよね。あー、すっきりした。これを言えないことが後ろめたかったんだよね。これで明日から何のモヤモヤもなく任務に集中できるぞ。
Good for you.
じゃあ私行くね。
Okay.
あ、そうだ。
What? Did you forget something else?
タケルちゃん、今までありがとうございました。
Where is this coming from?
タケルちゃんが私に真剣に向き合ってくれたおかげでここまで立ち直れたのは事実だから、お礼はちゃんと言いたかったの。
I see.
じゃあね。
Stream Elements said,
Bye bye.
Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
My mind has gone blank. I can't think of anything, no matter how hard I try. Bye bye. I guess that's it then. I don't know what just happened, but there's one thing that's been made crystal clear. My time with Sumika and all the others is over. And what's more, I'll never be able to get rid of whatever made me a causality conductor. I won't be able to fix the other timeline before it's too late. Not if I have to wait for the next loop. It's all over. I don't feel like going back to my room. I keep trying to think about what comes next, how I should handle this, but nothing's coming to me. It feels like time's just slowed to a crawl. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since she left, but I could swear I've been sitting here for hours. Maya.
どうした？ため息などつきよって。
I'm the one who should be asking questions here. Don't sneak up on me like that.
なんだ、私の足音に気づかなかったのか。まったく、軍人として恥ずかしくないのか。
Right. Guess I must have been spacing out. Not Maya's fault. So what brings you up here? Can't imagine you just wanted to take in the view.
グラウンドを走っていたら鏡が歩いてきたのが見えたのでな。 もしやと思って様子を見に来たのだ。
Oh, right. Your nightly workout routine. Why does it feel like you're always coming to find me?
なんだ、人のせいにしようって。この時間にこの場所を使うのをやめればよいのだ。
You're probably right. Well, don't worry. You'll never have to come looking for me again. I'm never going to come up here with Sumika again. And of course, I'm not even going to be a member of A01 anymore.
差し出がましいのは承知の上で聞くが。
Go ahead, take a wild guess.
やはり、鏡とそなたに何かあったのだな。
Yeah, I got rejected. Hard.
何?
It was pretty shitty. I was being a total idiot. Man, I can't believe what an arrogant prick I was.
どういうことだ?
Sorry, I was just talking to myself. I'm not trying to vent at you or anything.
いや、私が言いたかったのはそのようなことではない。
Okay.
だが、そなたが少しでも楽になるというのであれば、愚痴であっても喜んで付き合うぞ。
It's fine. I wouldn't want to impose. It's just pathetically stupid is all. Talking about it would probably only make us both feel worse. Well, basically, after she turned me down yesterday, I tried my best to come to terms with it. I didn't want it to completely ruin our relationship, you know? So I met with her again today to tell her not to worry about it, that I was the one in the wrong, and that there was no hard feelings, but it completely backfired on me. Apparently, I was really starting to get on her nerves, and she made that painfully clear to me. She had been hiding it from me because she didn't want to hurt my feelings, but I pushed her over the edge and forced her to say it. She was completely fed up with me by that point. Not that I blame her, really, but yeah, she said it was a huge relief to finally get it off her chest. Maybe that's why she perked up a bit at the end. She got all cheery and thanked me for everything I had done for her. Damn it. Look at me running my mouth after I said I wouldn't. Just goes to show how much of a loser I am.
やはり、どうも腑に落ちんな。
What makes you say that?
鏡はそなたを袖にしてすっきりしたと申したのであろう?
That's right.
うん。
What is it?
先ほどグラウンドで鏡を見たと申したであろう。鏡は歩きながら声を殺して泣いておったのだぞ。
Sumika was crying? That can't be. You sure you weren't just seeing things?
いや、泣いているのを見たのは2メートルほどの距離だ。見間違えようがない。
2 meters?
私は最初に鏡を見つけたとき、昨日のそなたとの約束に従い、あの者と個人的な交流を持とうと思い立ったのだ。大方、この場所でそなたと会っていたのであろうと思い、躊躇したのだが、二人で話すにはちょうど良い機会だと思ってな。
Maya, you're such a saint. I swear, you took the first chance you got to work with her.
何を話そうなどとあれこれ考えているうちに、鏡は私が立っているすぐそばまでまっすぐ近づいてきたのだ。一向に気づく様子がないので声をかけると、 鏡は驚いた様子で私を見たのだ。その顔は涙でひどく濡れておった。目は真っ赤に充血し、鼻は垂れ、ひどいありさまだったぞ。
But why? Why would she be so upset?
私がタオルを差し出そうとすると弊社に走り入ってしまったのだが、私は鏡の様子からそなたがあの者に何かしらしたのだと思い、この丘に様子を見に来たのだ。
Actually, wait a sec. Come to think of it, when did I ever tell Maya about this place?
ところがそなたは鏡に一方的に袖にされたような物言いだ。これが腑に落ちようか。男を袖にしてすっきりしたと申した者が何故声を殺して泣く必要があるのだ。そなたが偽りを申しているのでなければ、鏡の態度には何やら事情がありそうだな。
Another explanation?
何か思い当たる節はないのか？
I mean, not really.
例えば、お互い売り言葉に買い言葉で感情的な言葉をぶつけてしまったとか。そのような時には態度や発言に一貫性がなく矛盾があるものだ。冷静に考えれば見えてこよう。
If I was calm enough to pick out a bunch of subtle details, things wouldn't have gone this ugly in the first place.
まあそうだな。では最初と最後というように大きい区切りで考えると良いぞ。
I mean, easier said than done.
まあそれも一つの方法論でしかないが。だが鏡の態度は最後だけを見ても明らかに矛盾がある。鏡の泣きようはただごとではなかった。よほど辛い思いをしたと見るのが自然であろう。これはあくまで試験だが、話を聞く限り心にもないことを言わざるを得なかったからではないのか。そなたは鏡の幼馴染なのであろ
う。We are.
鏡の人となりや日頃の立ち振る舞いをよく思い出してみるがよい。今日の気になったことの一つ一つをそれに当てはめて考えてみるがよい。違和感のある言動はどのような考えであればそのものがそのような行動をとるのかということを想像してみるのだ。さすればおぼろげながらそのものの真意が見えてこよう。相手をよく知れば知る者ほどその真意により近いものが見えるはずだ。それを実践できていない私が言うのもなんなのだがな。
Don't be so hard on yourself. I think you're great at reading people.
だと良いがな。
You know, come to think of it, if she didn't have any problems going behind my back to have me kicked out of the unit, then it does seem strange that she would go out of her way to tell me all that stuff, especially if it was stressful enough to make her cry. I had already come to terms with the fact I had been rejected. I said I knew I was in the wrong, and she could have easily left it at that. So what gives? I mean, she made a point of denying it had anything to do with me, and even asked me to forgive her for what happened in the other timeline. Why would she bother saying things like that if she was just going to turn around and tell me it was all my fault for being a pest? I mean, if she was that intent on concealing the truth, then why didn't she just lie to me yesterday? She could have easily said that she had found another man, or that she was disgusted by the sexual image that flashed through my mind. You know what? You're right. There are too many things here that just don't add up.
では、それを本人に尋ねてみるがよいぞ。関係を修復する気があるのであればだが。
Yeah, I probably should. And if what Sumika said was true, I'm not going to have security clearance for much longer. I had better act fast. Thanks, Maya. I'm going to go talk to Sumika again.
そうか。そうするがよいぞ。
And besides, it's not like I have anything left to lose, right?
それでこそ、颯爽たるタケルだ。
Is that sarcasm?
心してかかるがよい。鏡は頑固そうだ。
Got it. Guess I had better get going then. See ya. Sumika, I don't care if you think I'm being a pest. This is one issue I just can't drop, or else I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Sorry if that annoys you, but these are the captain's orders, and I promised her that I would do everything in my power to make up for all the years I kept you waiting.
言ったか。まったく世話の焼ける男だ。
Sumika, it's me. Open up. Sumi. Kasumi? Why are you crying?
大丈夫です。
Kasumi? What happened? Sumika, what the hell is going on?
タケルちゃん、私の部屋だよ。勝手に入ってこないでよ。
Right, my bad. But seriously, what happened with Kasumi?
ああ、かすみちゃんは副司令のところに行くって。
And you expect me to believe that? She was crying, dude. I've only ever seen Kasumi cry once. Which means something seriously awful must have happened.
そうかな。気のせいだよ。
Dude, quit lying. What happened here?
嘘なんかついてないよ。何にもないよ。疑うなら、かすみちゃんに聞きに行けばいいでしょ。だいたい嘘つきはタケルちゃんだよ。さっきの話が最後だって言ったじゃない。
It was the last one. On that particular subject, this is a totally different issue. Something's definitely not right about her. It's not like her mind's destabilizing or anything, but something still feels off. I can at least be sure it's not personality malfunction though. Yuko-sensei would come running if it were something that severe, and I'm sure Kasumi would have pointed it out.
で、要は何？
Maya was right. Now that I get a good look at her, I can see that her eyes are pretty red and swollen. She's definitely been crying. Just more proof of how eerily lifelike the 00 unit's body is, I guess.
用がないなら、自分の部屋に戻りなよ。
Okay, fine. We can talk about Kasumi later. There's something else I need to ask you first.
聞きたいことって何？さっきの話なら、もう何も喋ることはないよ。
Let's go somewhere else. I don't want anyone else to hear this.
いいよ。その代わり、
What?
これが本当に最後だからね。
Alright. Okay, this seems like a good spot.
また、ここなんだ。
Just humor me. I won't be bothering you again after this.
で、人に聞かれたくない話って何？
You're still hiding something, aren't you?
は？何言ってんの？隠すことなんてないよ。
Like I've already said multiple times, I'm okay with being rejected. I totally understand how important the mission is to you.
だったらいいじゃん。何疑ってんのさ。
Man, this is exactly how she used to deflect back in my world, which means I was right. It's clearly not a personality malfunction. I've been saying this since the start of our last conversation, right?
そうだね。
And I didn't beg you to stay with me, or try to convince you to change your mind, did I?
うん。
And from what I can tell, as long as I give up on you and you don't have to see me anymore, you'll be satisfied, right?
まあね。
I mean, you had already talked to Yugo-sensei and made arrangements to prevent me from interacting with you before our conversation even began, right?
そうだよ。
So my question is, why did you bother saying anything? You could have just let me say my piece and been done with it. I mean, it doesn't make sense. If you hadn't said anything, I would have given up right then and there, and then it would have only been a matter of time before I get kicked out of the unit. When I called myself an imposter and said I was just using you to fill the void in my heart, that I was disrespecting your feelings. You went out of your way to refute all that, and I just don't get why.
それはタケルちゃんがあまりにかわいそうだからつい慰めで。
But if you really felt sorry for me, why would you then proceed to tell me you had gone behind my back to get me kicked out of the unit? Wouldn't it be less cruel to just leave that little detail out?
それは人によると思うよ。
Sure, maybe, but I know you too well for this. You are not the type to twist the knife like that. The Sumika I know would never lift someone up just to knock them right down again, not without a damn good reason. You're not the kind of person who would mess with people that way just because you don't like them.
タケルちゃんの知っている私は別の世界の私だからね。この世界の私はそうなの。
Then why did you apologize on your other self's behalf for forgetting me over there?
それはあっちの世界の私はタケルちゃんが好きだったから。
Didn't stop you from turning around and cutting me down to size? I just don't get the logic there.
タケルちゃんは女の子の気持ちとかに鈍感だからそういうの分からなくて当然だよ。
You're right, I am pretty clueless, which is why I'm asking you to help me understand. Just tell me. Walk me through your reasoning here. If you can at least help me understand that, we can go back to our rooms in no time.
それは
It's what?
私が00ユニットだからだよ。
Okay, I don't follow. Could you elaborate a little?
ごめんね。私人間じゃないから、タケルちゃんから見れば少し変なんだよ。冷酷な機械と同じ。持ち上げたり叩き落としたりできるのは00ユニットだから。
I'm not buying that.
何が？
If you're just a heartless machine, then why were you choking back tears after you left me here earlier? That got to her.
さっきも言ったでしょ。そんなの作り物なんだって。泣いたり笑ったりしているのはそう見えるように再現されてるだけなんだよ。私は人間じゃないんだから。すごいコンピューターなんだから。そのくらいコントロールするのは簡単なんだよ。
I already know you're not human. But what the hell does that have to do with anything? If you're so state of the art, then why the hell did I see right through you? If you can control your emotions at the flip of a switch, then why let yourself cry in the first place? Seriously, dude, some supercomputer you are can't even tell a lie to save your life.
嘘なんかじゃないよ。タケルちゃんがバカだから理解できないんだよ。
Okay, then why don't you dumb it down for me? I mean, you're the all-powerful 00 unit, right? If you can emulate human emotions with pinpoint precision, then this ought to be a total cinch.
楽勝だよそんなの。私は00ユニットだからね。
Then why can't you give me a logical explanation for this? Why didn't you construct some perfect lie from the get-go? I'll tell you why. It's because you're not a damn computer. You're just a normal human being. I don't care if your body's artificial. You're still Sumika on the inside, and no one can ever take that away from you.
私は00ユニットだよ。それ以上でも以下でもないの。
Excuse me?
任務が最優先なの。私はそのために作られたの。そんなこともわからないなんて本当にバカなんじゃないの？しかもタケルちゃんは振られたんだから私とはもう関係ないんだよ。そういうところが鬱陶しいって言ったでしょ。
Would you quit trying to hide behind the goddamn mission? I don't care if you're the 00 unit. You've got no right to be lecturing me about that shit. Who in their right mind would have their Storm Vanguard 1 thrown out when the squadron's already short on members? You call that prioritizing the mission? I don't care how powerful you are. You can't do this all on your own, even if you can see the future. There's no way in hell you can endure all the hardship and shoulder all the guilt along the way. You can't save the world by yourself. You're going to need a ton of help from other people, whether you like them or not. If the mission is what matters most to you, then you should be using every soldier you can get. So what's the deal? Honestly, when you turned me down, it felt like the end of the world to me, and I still love you. Damn it. But I'm not going to let this prevent me from doing my part for the mission, even if I do get demoted. Look, a mission's a mission. I'm not going to try to force my feelings onto you, and I'm not going to sit around waiting for you to change your mind. But it's up to me how I feel about you. You can never take that away from me. Yeah, well, maybe I am. But if the mission's really what matters most to you, then you should think of before saying shit that might compromise it. If you had just piped down and let me say my piece, none of this would have happened. That's what I just don't get. You can definitely be a doofus sometimes, but you're not the type to just blatantly contradict yourself like this.
話を聞く限り心にもないことを言わざるを得なかったからではないのか。鏡の人となりや日頃の立ち振る舞いをよく思い出してみるがよい。違和感のある言動はどのような考えであればそのものがそのような行動をとるのかということを想像してみるのだ。
Compare it with what I've come to expect from her. Okay, let's think about how she acted back in my world. That's it. I remember now. I've seen Sumika act like this before. She tries to throw out all these half-ass excuses to cover up how she really feels. I'm not putting up with any more of this crap. Quit pretending this is about the mission. I'm not buying the act. You can't get by in life if your only source of motivation is some vague, abstract shit like that. Just like on the battlefield, you need something more concrete, something more personal to get you through the day, or else you're just setting yourself up to fall. What happens when the beta are gone, and you don't have to fight anymore? What the hell are you going to live for then? You call yourself a state-of-the-art computer, but you haven't even calculated that far ahead? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You'll always be Sumika, no matter what your body's made of. At the end of the day, you're still Sumika on the inside, and I'm perfect for you. God damn it. You think I give a shit? What, I'm not about to contradict myself, but you totally can? Well, I've got news for you. That just goes to show how human you really are. I don't care if you're artificial. I don't care if you're the 00 unit. I'll always love you, no matter what. And I'm the only one who can make you happy. Of course I am. Well, I'll admit that I don't know everything there is to know about you. but I can promise that I'll accept you exactly as you are. That includes both the good and the bad, as well as everything you've ever gone through. I do.
じゃあ見せてあげるよ。
Alright, go ahead.
本当の私を見せてあげる。
Whatever's on your mind right now, I don't care. No matter what you're about to tell me, I'll still accept you with open arms. Wait, she can still project? Oh right, we only put a limit on her mind reading ability. Wow, this is way more vivid than when Kasumi did it. This is incredible. Sumika's powers are on a completely different level than Kasumi's. It's like she has control over all my senses, like I've been taken from my body and I'm floating in space.
タケルちゃん、
Sumika.
教えてあげる。何があったか。
Okay, content warning potentially. Go ahead, won't make a difference to me. Go, yeah, content warning potentially, guys.
本当の私を
This could get
見せ
graphic.
てあげる。
This is...
ここはね、横浜ハイブの地下。
This is what it looked like.
そう。ちょうど副司令の部屋があるあたりだよ。
So it's around floor B19. I guess they must have built on top of all this. Since they did say they built around the beta faculties and left them mostly intact.
私はここにいたんだ。ずっと一人で。これが私だよ。
I remember.
私ベータに捕まってこんな姿にされちゃったんだ。
I know. Sensei told me.
こんな姿にされたら悲しいよね。辛いよね。
Yeah, for sure.
でもね、私は違ったんだ。一緒に捕まった大勢の人たちはみんな怯えてた。いつ殺されるのか、この先どうなるのかって。どんどん人が連れて行かれて、私もすごく怖かった。だけどタケルちゃんが一緒だったから私平気だった。
You mean the other me got captured by the beta too?
そうだよ。それでもタケルちゃん、大丈夫だ、俺が守るからって励ましてくれた。だから私すごく安心していられたんだよ。でも最初は100人以上いた人たちが私たちだけになって、私が連れて行かれそうになった時、タケルちゃんが私を守ろうとして、あいつらにバラバラに引き裂かれて食べられちゃったんだ。
They ate me. Wait, could that explain it? Is that why I had traumatic flashbacks about the soldier class? Was that memory the original source of my PTSD? But damn, sounds like I had some balls in this world, taking on the beta barehanded to protect Sumika? Not half bad.
私もう悲鳴も出なくて 頭の中真っ白になって、抵抗も何もできなくなって、タケルちゃんを食べたやつに連れて行かれてるのにぼーっとしちゃって。
I was the same way with Sergeant Jinguji. It's a totally normal response to shit like that.
本当にそう思う？
It's nothing to be ashamed of.
そうかな。
What the fuck is this?
これも仕方ないことなの、タケルちゃん。ねえ、見えてる？タケルちゃん。目をそらさないで。しっかり見てよ、タケルちゃん。
I'm watching.
裸にされて、変な駅につけられて、自由を奪われて、気がついたらこんなことされてた。おかしいんだよ。それまで頭の中はタケルちゃんが死んじゃったことでいっぱいだったのに、変な駅につけられたら悲しみも恐怖もなくなっちゃったんだよ。考えられないの。ベータや変な装置を見ても何も思わなくなっちゃったんだよ。ああ、そこにそういうものがあるなってくらいにしか思わなくなっちゃった。それでもね、最初はちゃんと嫌だったんだ。でもその感覚って人に裸を見られるのは恥ずかしくて嫌だっていう程度で、ベータにひどいことをされているっていうそこまでのものじゃなかったの。そしてそれも最初のうちだけ。そのうち心臓がドキドキしてきて、なんかすごく気持ちよくなってきちゃったんだ。こんなこと言ってるけど、心は逆のこと考えてた。もうやめてほしくないって思った。私が声を上げるのを確かめるみたいに体中を撫で回して、どこがいいのか調べてるみたいだったよ。一番気持ちいいところを探すみたいに。たくさんどうしてそんなことをされてるのか全然わからなかった。だから気持ちよかったけど、やっぱり怖いとは思ってた。なんていうのかな、怖いっていう感覚はもうなかったけど、怖がらなくちゃいけないことを体が覚えてるっていうか、だから最初はいっぱい抵抗したんだよ。やだよやだよって、やめてって何度もお願いしたんだよ。けどそんなこと言いながら気持ちよくて、もっとしてほしいって思ってて、そう望めばベータはその通りに、それ以上のことをしてくれた。死んじゃうからやめてって思うぐらい。気持ちよさも強すぎると拷問みたいなものだよね。知ってた？何回も心臓が止まったのに次に蘇生させられて、気持ちよさでいっぱいになりながら生き返るんだよ。信じられる？そのうちベータの触手は私の体の中を調べ始めたの。グロテスクな触手が私の口の中に入ってきた。私はそれを受け入れてたんだよ。気持ち悪くて嫌だったら噛んで抵抗することだってできたのに、しなかった。できなかったんじゃなくて、しなかった。喉を疲れて戻しそうになっても私はされるがまま胃の中まで入っていって、その時はもうそれすらも気持ちいいって思うようになってた。そして奴らの触手が体に入ってくるのを自分から迎え入れてたんだ。この時私はもう人間じゃなかった。だってそんなことされて喜ぶ人間なんている？人間どころじゃない。そんな生き物は地球のどこを探したっていないよ。ベータを迎え入れて喜んでる私、 それはもうベータだよね。ベータを受け入れるのはベータだけだよね。私が人間じゃないっていうのはこういう意味なんだよ、タケルちゃん。ここからまた何時間も死ぬほどの気持ちよさに襲われたの。でももう心臓が止まることはなかったよ。いつの間にかベータが心臓を強くしてくれてたみたい。いろんなことに耐えられるように奴らは触手の先端を細くしたり太くしたりして私の体の隅々まで調べたんだよ。どうタケルちゃん。
So that
どんな私
happened.
の姿。
Okay. God damn.
でもね、まだ終わ
Oh,
りじゃないの。
seriously?
心臓を強くしてくれたようにあいつらは私が気持ちいいって感じるところをどんどん感じやすくしてくれてたんだ。私それがすごく嬉しかったよ。ご褒美もらった子供みたいに喜んじゃった。私が従順になればなるほど気持ちよくしてくれるんだ。最高でしょ。痛いことより気持ちいいことを覚えさせた方が私が素直になるって分かってたみたい。多分私より前に連れて行かれた人たちで実験したんだと思うよ。だって私一度も痛くされなかったもん。あいつら気持ちいいことを餌にすれば人間がおとなしく従うってこと研究してたのかな。痛いことされたら本当の意味では従順になれないもんね。すごいよね、快楽の力って。もうこの時は気持ちいいことたくさんしたいだけだもん。こんな化け物みたいな体にされちゃっても全然気にならなかったんだよ。うつろな目をして他のことなんかどうでもよくなってる。この時はあれだけ考えてたタケルちゃんのこともすっかり忘れてたんだよ。いつも新しい刺激があって、もうタケルちゃんのことを思い出そうって気持ちなんてどこかに行っちゃってた。人間じゃない化け物に気持ちよくされて、それを受け入れてもっともっとって汚れていく自分が気持ちよかったんだと思う。この後の私は気持ちよさに関係ないってあいつらが思った部分はどんどん切り取られていったの。でもあんな状態でしょ。それすら気持ちいいって思うぐらいになっちゃってたんだ。そのうちあいつらは私の脳みそと神経に直接刺激を送り始めたんだよ。私もその方がどんどん良くなって体の刺激は物足りなくなっちゃったの。そうやっていらないところを取られていくうちこんな姿になったんだよ。
God damn. God damn.
これで分かったでしょ。今のが本当の私。タケルちゃんは心が私であればそれでいいって言ってくれたけど、がっかりさせてごめんね。私はもう心も体も人間じゃない。汚れた体はもう消えてなくなったけど、汚れた心の複製品はまだ残ってるんだよ。
Okay. But so what? You really think that matters to me?
なんだって見たでしょ今の。
Yeah, I did.
私はああいう女なの。
Oh, come on. Were you not paying attention earlier? I already said I would accept you just the way you were, and that means the good and the bad. So you were raped by the beta, so you're not technically alive. Okay, but none of that makes a difference to me. No, you stop. I finally understand now why you've been acting this way. After seeing that projection, it all makes sense now. I know why you made me take back my present, and why you've been trying to push me away. Especially now that I know exactly what happened to me. It's all part of your plan to get revenge on the beta, isn't it? You want to get back at them for killing me when I tried to protect you, and for all the disgusting experiments they did on you. If that's your reason for fighting, more power to you. I think that's a perfectly valid source of personal motivation. I get that you're ashamed of what the beta ultimately turned you into after capturing and experimenting on you. Really, I do. And if identifying as a 0-0 unit is your way of putting that shame out of sight and out of mind, I don't see a problem with that. But I think that deep down, you just didn't want to risk me getting wrapped up in your revenge. I mean, isn't that exactly why you were trying to get me kicked out of the unit? You were just pretending I was getting in the way so you could keep me safe from harm, weren't you? Clearly, you still have feelings for me. Why else would I be the only one you tried to have removed? If she didn't want anyone at all to get roped into her personal vendetta, she would have had the entire unit discharged. Even though you knew I wasn't the same Takeru you grew up with, you just couldn't separate the two of us in your heart. That's why you're trying to protect me, isn't it? I mean, why else would you say I'm the same person, no matter which world I'm in? Why else would you go out of your way to reassure me it wasn't because I'm an imposter, or because I hurt your feelings? Why else would you have been crying on your way back down the hill earlier? Guess you didn't count on Maya getting involved. She came up here after you left, and I spilled my heart out to her. I was still reeling from everything you had said, but she gave me some much needed advice. She said that I should try to interpret your actions based on how you've acted in the past. She said you wouldn't have been crying unless you had said something you really didn't mean, and she encouraged me to come talk to you again and get the whole truth. I will bet that Maya could tell right from the get-go that you were just putting on an act for my sake. But she never came out and told me that. She just gave me a push in the right direction. She wanted us to work through this ourselves.
みつるぎさん。
Honestly, in retrospect, I could see that there were a ton of red flags in Sumika's behavior. It's just that I was too blindsided to pick up on them at the time, whereas Maya could see them plain as day because she was looking in from an outsider's perspective. Look, stop pretending you've got it all under control, okay? There's really no need for that. You don't have to be alone anymore. I know what that feels like. I've been there before. When I realized it was my fault that Marino-chan died in the other world, and that I was causing all my friends to forget about me, I seriously considered killing myself, to be honest. I couldn't bear to think that I was the one making everyone miserable and erasing myself from everyone's minds. I was terrified at the prospect of being forgotten by the world and doomed to spend the rest of my life alone. It made me realize just how much I had taken my old life for granted, even more so than when I first got dumped into this world. But you were the one person I couldn't bear to be forgotten by, and so I did everything I could to keep my distance from you. But no matter how hard I pushed you away, you always came running right back. And in doing so, you helped me overcome my fears. I genuinely felt like as long as you remembered me, I could find the strength to live on. You gave me the resolution I needed to skip town and face the world alone. All I wanted was for you to live, and to ensure I would never hurt anyone else again. So yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from right now. But see, in my case, you were right there with me, fighting to the very end. You did everything you could to stave off the effects of the causality conductor, using nothing but your diaries. I was determined to keep you out of it, but you told me everything would be okay and gave me a shoulder to cry on. But in the end, that kindness is what got you horribly injured. So now it's my turn. This time around, I'm going to be the one who saves you from suffering alone. I don't care if you think you are a fake or that you've been defiled. You're still Sumika to me, and I'll never forget you. You can kick and scream and try to stop me all you want, but I'll never let you go. I know that.
怪我をした私は同じ記憶があるだけでこの世界の私じゃないんだよ。
That didn't matter to the other Sumika. She still accepted me even though I wasn't the Takeru she knew. I told her all about this crazy world and everything I had been through, and she believed every word. It didn't change how she felt about me at all. You are the same person no matter what world you're in, so it only makes sense that you can't distinguish me from the Takeru you used to know. Wow, she must have been reading my mind from the very beginning, even when her mind was completely unstable. She must have seen that. I originally agreed to help tune the 00 unit to help humanity win the war and restore order to all the other timelines. Which means she also knows how deeply I care about the Sumika I grew up with, and the one I hurt in the other timeline, along with Marimo-chan and the others. I'm sorry. There was a part of me that felt guilty about getting emotionally involved with you. It's probably because I felt like it wouldn't be fair to the Sumika I grew up with, and I was still racked with guilt over what I had done to her in the other branch of that timeline. To be completely honest, I was also told to have romantic relations with you as a part of my mission, and I accepted for the sake of fixing the timelines and ensuring mankind's victory. But I can't deny that it did feel a bit like I was cheating on the Sumika I fell in love with back in my original world.
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
I also felt like I had no right to feel this way after the horrible injuries I just forced you to suffer in the other branch of the timeline. So at first, my primary motivation for working with you was a sense of guilt. It was a way to atone for having totally ruined the other timeline. But it didn't take long before all the individual Sumikas started to blend together in my head, and after that, I had no problem playing the part of your boyfriend. I think it was easier for me that way. It's the same reason why, after thinking things over last night, I started to feel like I was disrespecting every Sumika's feelings. I think the knowledge that you had inherited the memories of the other Sumikas made it feel a lot less like I was cheating on them, to be honest. But it still didn't completely wipe away my guilt, which might be why I tried to justify my feelings for you by making them into my personal reason for fighting. I think that's why I was able to deal with you rejecting me yesterday, even if I couldn't accept your reasoning. It was actually kind of a relief, knowing that I wouldn't have to feel guilty for the way I felt about you any longer. But the thought of being kicked out of the unit and having nowhere else to go really freaked me out. If I couldn't work directly with Yuko-sensei, I would never be able to get rid of what made me a causality conductor, and that scared the hell out of me. Because if I couldn't fix that, I would never be able to prevent the other world from falling into ruin. And then I would just keep on repeating the same loop over and over into eternity. Meaning I wouldn't be able to save the Sumika I hurt, and I would never see the Sumika I grew up with ever again. So yes, those feelings you saw within me for the other Sumikas are still there. And I'll admit that when I confessed my feelings to you yesterday, I still wasn't completely sure whether it was the mission motivating me or my heart. But after seeing that projection, I think I can finally say for sure. That I'm in love with you, Kagema Sumika, no matter what world you're from. As far as I'm concerned, you're Sumika. You're the most important person in the multiverse to me. Maybe some people would call me unfaithful or pathetic. Some might even assume I'm just saying this out of pity. But I don't give a damn what anyone else thinks. No matter what world I find you in, I'll never abandon you, and all the logic in the world isn't going to make me feel any differently. So yeah, I'm done hesitating. I've made up my mind. There's not a timeline that exists in which you don't belong with me. As long as you're here in front of me, I'll love you with all of my heart, and that's final. No matter where I go, you'll always be a part of me. So please, don't ever tell me to leave. Come here, Sumika. God, that must have been terrifying. You've been through so much. But it's okay now. You're not alone anymore. I'll be right here with you. I know you could easily tell if you just looked into my heart, but there's not nearly as much value in it something you don't work for. So I'm going to show you through everything I say and do. I'll make sure you never have any doubts about how I feel and I'll keep doing it for as long as we live.
人の心を覗くの怖いんだよ。
I don't blame you. I still feel awful about before.
こんな能力欲しくなかったよ。
I'm sorry it took so long for me to get my feelings sorted out. Really, really sorry.
何言ってんだろ私。能力がなかったら00ユニットの価値ないよね。バカだな私。
Yeah, well, so am I. Guess that makes us perfect for each other. Sumika,
何？
there is one thing you should know, though.
いいよ。何？
There's a world out there in which billions of people are going to die because of me. There's not much time left. If I'm going to prevent that from happening, then I'll need to find and destroy whatever it is that made me a causality conductor as soon as possible. I really kind of don't want to make this prediction, but I keep getting this feeling Sumika is the reason. Since her brain, the way her brain works is she processes across parallel universes. I keep getting the feeling that it's her. I'm not the only one here, right? I keep getting this feeling every time they bring it up. It doesn't feel good. But if I do pull that off, well.
分かってる。タケルちゃんは元の世界に戻るんだよね。
You knew.
うん。前に見てた。ごめん。
Don't apologize. Hell, if I'm being completely honest, I'm not even that concerned about going home anymore.
どうして？
Well, because I'm finally starting to feel like I belong in this world, you know? I'm too deeply invested at this point. I want to honor my fallen comrades and keep fighting alongside my teammates. There's just so much I care about here, and it's going to be really hard for me to let go.
ダメだよ。そうしないとまた世界観のバランスが不安定になっちゃうんでしょ？
Yeah, you're right. We definitely can't let that happen again.
元の世界の私待ってるよ。きっと。
Yeah, I bet she is. Once I get back home, I'm going to tell her everything. I want her to know everything that happened here. She's the one person I know would understand. I'm sure of it.
大丈夫。私ならタケルちゃんの言うことは絶対信じるから。
So basically my point is that once my job here is done, I probably will be going back to my world. If that's not a deal breaker to you, then I would like you to stay with me. That's all I wanted to say.
じゃあ私も一つ話しておく。
What's that?
私がああいう態度を取ったのはタケルちゃんが言った通りなんだ。
Yeah?
だけどそんなかっこいい理由だけじゃないんだよ。もう一つあるの。私いつかいなくなっちゃうタケルちゃんとこれ以上仲良くなるのが怖かったんだ。死んじゃったと思っていたタケルちゃんとやっと会えたのに、またお別れするのが嫌だったから。
Of course, I can understand that.
タケルちゃんなんて早くどっか行っちゃえって言いながらいなくなっちゃうなんて嫌だよって思ってた。
Sumika.
でも私はもう大丈夫。こうしてまたタケルちゃんに会えただけでも幸せなことなんだよ。
Sumika.
しかもこんなになっちゃった私でも愛してるって言ってもらえたんだもん。二人のタケルちゃんに愛されるなんて私確率時空一の幸せ者だね。そんな顔しないでタケルちゃん、大丈夫だよ。かすみちゃんや副司令だってついていてくれてるし、みつるぎさんや部隊のみんなだって優しくしてくれるし。だからタケルちゃんは全てが終わったら元の世界の私のところに絶対帰ってあげてね。
Sumika.
でももう少しだけ全てが終わるまではそばにいさせて。
Sumika.
この世界にいる間だけは私をタケルちゃんの住みかでいさせて。
Sumika.
お願い、タケルちゃんのそばにいさせて。
Sumika.
タケルちゃん、私にサンタウサギください。
We may have taken a few wrong turns along the way, but that's what ultimately led us here, to this moment. It's why I'm able to stand here and admire her like this. To have her here within arm's reach. To be able to bask in her warmth and feel her tender skin against mine. It might sound simple, but it's everything to me, because I've finally come to appreciate just how irreplaceable these feelings can be.
タケルちゃん、ずるいよ。
What's not fair?
だってサンタウサギ取りに来ただけなのに。
Oh, sorry. Did I forget to mention there's a small handling fee? I mean, if you really don't want it back, that's fine with me.
いる。
Well then, I guess you'll just have to deal.
うん。
Finally, I get to hold her in my arms again. There's not a greater feeling in the world.
でも
What's wrong? What is it? Oh, I get you. She's still self-conscious about being the 00 unit, isn't she? Must be anxious about letting me see her artificial body. Don't you worry. You're still Sumika to me. And I wouldn't have you any other way. So chin up, sweetheart. You've got nothing to worry about. You're beautiful. Yeah, I do. Nope. Come on, don't you trust me? Ever so softly, I touch my lips to hers. A single kiss, and I can already feel my heart racing. I'm so nervous, it almost feels like my first time all over again. Her lips are so soft, and her breath is so warm. How could I ever see this body as a fake? And hell, even if it were cold and mechanical, that wouldn't change a thing. As long as it's Sumika, nothing else matters. Oh, yeah? Sure, I'm game. I can feel her heartbeat getting faster and faster. I can feel her breathing getting heavier and heavier. She's got her arms around my neck, holding tight so as not to let me go. I can feel it. We're about to become one. Sumika, I love you so much. Can you feel my heart racing? God, you're so soft and warm. It feels incredible. Nope. Everything feels exactly as it should. But I would be happy to double check for you, if you would like. I graze my fingertips down along Sumika's body. She twitches slightly at my touch, her eyes now shut. Even through her clothes, I can feel how warm and soft she is. I gently brush a hand over her cheek, then trace my way down to her neck. Her skin is so supple, my fingers sink right in. Sumika squeezes her eyes shut, her discomfort written all over her face. Just seeing her like this is enough to get my blood pumping to the point where it's hard to breathe. Her eyes shut tight. She calls my name over and over again. It's irresistibly sweet. I can feel desire boiling up from somewhere deep inside of me, and I can't contain it. Meanwhile, Sumika's chest is heaving and her breathing's becoming even more erratic. Maybe her quantum conductive brain is struggling to keep up with all the new stimuli and is trying to cool itself as quickly as possible. I want to elicit an even greater reaction from her. I want to hear her keep calling my name. I place my hands on Sumika's blazer. Sumika. I was right. You really are, Sumika. Right down to the very last detail. You are stunning. Yeah, I really do. Sumika. God, you're beautiful. I'm honestly floored. Can I make you mine? You're downright gorgeous, and I want to make you mine, and mine alone. Is that okay with you? Sumika, can I touch you? You got it. Finally. We've finally been united. Lying here, with her skin against mine, and her inner warmth cradling me on all sides, I can feel her heartbeat from both outside and within. It doesn't matter if that heart's not real, she has a pulse, and as far as I'm concerned, that means she's alive. I love you, Sumika. We both had terrible fates thrust upon us, and were forced to face this world completely alone, without a single person who could relate to us. We both loved alternate versions of one another, before subsequently having them torn away from us. I was turned into a causality conductor and dumped into an infinite space-time loop. Sumika was captured by the Beta and ultimately forced to become the 00 unit. We're a human and a robot, and yet here we are, united in both body and mind. I wonder what people might say about us. Perhaps they would look down on us for trying to fill the void in our hearts with an imposter. Perhaps they would call us total degenerates. You've got Sumika, who was in love with another me, and me, who was in love with another Sumika. I wonder what people would think of the two of us getting together if they knew our respective backstories. Not that matters at this point. We both know our time here is limited, but we've decided we needed each other, and that we're going to see this through to the end together. Sumika.
けるちゃん、私幸せ。
Yeah, me neither. Whoopa 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 day.
タケルちゃんってすごいね。
Why is that?
だって私の考え全部当てちゃうんだもん。
What are you talking about?
私がタケルちゃんを遠ざけようとした本当の理由、さっき当てたでしょ。
Oh, right.
なんかタケルちゃんが00ユニットみたいだね。
Then I guess I'm your personal 00 unit, seeing as how I don't have a clue about anyone else.
ほんとタケルちゃんって鈍感だもんね。
Yeah, I think that's one constant that won't change in any timeline.
本当にタケルちゃんはどこの世界でも私のことをよく分かってくれているんだね。
It wasn't always that way. Without your help, I would have stayed clueless forever.
そうか、すごいんだね、元の世界の私って。
Oh, please, as if you don't already know. You've got her memories, don't you?
そりゃ自分のことは覚えてるけど、それをタケルちゃんがどう受け取ってどう考えたかまではわからないよ。
I guess that makes sense.
うん。
Now that you bring that up, though, it sounds like I was pretty awesome in this world, too.
え？
I think it's pretty impressive that I went toe-to-toe with the beta to protect you.
うん。
Way to go, me. I must have been a total stud.
タケルちゃんはどの世界でもすごいんだよ。
Yeah, but taking on the friggin' beta with my bare hands, even if it was just a soldier class, that takes some serious guts.
そうだね。ありがとう、タケルちゃん。
Although, I do have to wonder why I don't have any clear memory of that.
え？
You know, like, shouldn't I have inherited it?
どういうこと？
Well, it seems like I've got some sort of latent trauma related to the beta, going all the way back to the previous timeline.
トラウマ。
Shortly after I first enlisted, I passed out during the announcement that the beta had surfaced in Niigata. And then I had a total meltdown just from seeing a silhouette of one during simulator training.
へえ。
At first, I thought these panic attacks might have been a result of my lack of experience, or a side effect of the stimulants they gave us.
うん。
But now, I can't help but think it might be related to how I died in this world.
この世界のタケルちゃんの記憶が伝わったってこと？
Yeah, at least I'm pretty sure that's where my fear of the beta came from.
そうなのかな。
And if that's the case, it would only make sense that I've also got some other memories of his deep down.
そうだね。
Though I don't get why the causality for his death didn't carry over to me as well. Not that I'm complaining, of course.
それはタケルちゃんが因果動態だからなんじゃない？
You think that's just a part of how it works?
うん。例えば、私が自分自身をリーディングできないみたいに、因果動態も自分の因果情報はやり取りできないんじゃないかな。
Wait, you can't do a reading on yourself? Does that go for Kasumi as well?
うん。かすみちゃんにしても私にしても、リーディングは自分には無効だよ。
Interesting.
いくらなんでも、そこまで便利じゃないよ。
Guess that just goes to show how much I've still got to learn.
これからいっぱい教えてあげるね。
Pretty sure Yuko Sensei would bite your head off if you did.
そうだった。
Gotta use that brain of yours. Sheesh.
ところでさっきの因果動態の話、もういいの？
Nah, that's okay. The trauma thing was just a hunch anyway. Not really worth dwelling on.
じゃあ今度先生の理論読んでくるね。そうしたらいろいろ教えてあげられるよ。
I really don't think she would let you look at it. I highly doubt Yuko Sensei would just hand it over, given that there's no guarantee against the 00 unit going rogue.
頼むだけ頼んでみるよ。ね。
Yeah, sure.
だって私、タケルちゃんのお手伝いいっぱいしたいし。
Okay.
そうすれば、ベータをやっつけて、他の世界も守れるでしょ？
Sumika.
早くしないと間に合わなくなっちゃうんでしょ？
She knows that as soon as we accomplish our goal, our time together will be up. And yet she still wants to do everything she can to expedite the process. Thanks, Sumika. It means a lot.
いいのいいの。他の世界の私だってそうしてほしいって思ってるはずだよ。それにこの世界のタケルちゃんもそれを望んでいると思うから。
Yeah, probably so. Are we past the sexy scene? Yeah, it looks like we're past the sexy scene. Okay. It's 1800. I should have actually been off 10 minutes ago, but I kind of wanted to get past that sexy scene first. So we don't start tomorrow off on a rather questionable scene. You dig? Anyway, maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow for even more alternative. And that one guy wasn't kidding, was he, when he said the alternative was like stupid long? But that's okay. It's been fun. 63 hours, and I have no idea how much more time left. Oh well. Got our money's worth, didn't we? Stay safe. Maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow.